Chapter 1253 The Dayu World, the Snow Kingdom. Chapter 1253 The Dayu World, the Snow Kingdom. Gu King, around when would that inverse cultivation disaster arrive? Jian Wushuang asked. If it were for normal cultivators who have just managed to attain the level of Universe Master, it will likely take a long time for the disaster to strike. Given that you are an inverse cultivator, I am not sure exactly when then it will strike, but when it does, you will definitely feel it. Since you do not sense anything right now, this means that there is still some time before it strikes. Of course, even so, you can start your preparation for the inverse cultivation now. Gu King commented. Okay, I got it. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Soon enough, Jian Wushuang continued to probe Gu King with more questions regarding the god disaster and inverse cultivation disaster while they hurried on their journey. He had no choice but to pay attention, with the inverse cultivation disaster being one of the greatest hurdles to pass. It was not in his place to turn away from it. Time flies. 3 years passed in a blink of an eye. The spaceship traveled across the boundless and endless void for a total of 3 years. At last, on this day, Jian Wushuang's strength of soul sees a floating vast land at a far distance. That piece of vast land seemed to extend endlessly. In comparison with the green fire world, it was unsure how far the land expanded. Have we finally arrived at the place where cultivators reside in? Jian Wushuang stared at the distant land, secretly amazed inside. One have to acknowledge that he spent a good 3 years in the spaceship to rush down to the place, even with the incredulous speed of the spaceship. Without the spaceship, it would take him no lesser than a few hundred years to rush here by feet. Upon approaching the vast land, Jian Wushuang has already placed the spaceship back into the interspatial ring before advancing onto the floating land. Without long, a city on the land appeared. The city was heavily guarded by a magical force field. Unable to trespass with his powers, Jian Wushuang can only enter through the city gate. When he arrived at the gate, he found several long queues waiting to enter the city. Each queue had at least thousands of people waiting in line. There are so many people, and they are all so powerful. Jian Wushuang's strength of soul has since curled out and detect all of those people's aura clearly. Most of the people in line were at the level of a holy master, and the amount of those who were universe masters were comparable. As for those in line who were Tao masters, there were the least, only several of them. Those beneath the level of a Tao master were in fact none. Of course, even so, you can start your preparation for the inverse cultivation now. Gu King commented. Is that so? Jian Wushuang realized. Just wait in line. The eternal chaotic world pay more attention to rankings in terms of power. If you were a powerful universe god, perhaps you would not need to follow the rules of this city, but you are only a mere universe master as of now. Gu King advised. Jian Wushuang shrugged. Guess he had no choice but to simply wait in line. The eternal chaotic world's efficiency was extremely high. In less than an hour, it was soon Jian Wushuang's turn. 1 chaos gem to enter the city. The city guard said coldly. 1 chaos gem. Jian Wushuang startled. In Green Fire World, the value of a chaos gem was nearly all a rank 3 Tao Master had owned. Here, it was just a fee to enter the city. That sure is expensive. There must be at least 10,000 people entering the city every day. A chaos gem for a person. That would be 10,000 chaos gem in a day. The master of the city sure is evil enough. Jian Wushuang sighed before giving the city guard a chaos gem to enter the gate. Inside of the city, the streets were bustling with people, filled with a lively atmosphere. Just like what Gu King has said, most of the city people were holy masters. In terms of ranking, he almost couldn't find any Tao master. As for universe gods, in the words of Gu King, even in the normal realm, the universe god is already the highest ranking warrior, which was already rare to be seen. As such, it would also be rare here. This city was actually similar to the one inside Green Fire World. They both had a variety of shops, except the scale for those here was obviously bigger. Jian Wushuang aimlessly walked around the city for a while and entered some of the shops. The treasures sold in the shops were apparently of a higher grade compared to those in Green Fire World. After half a day, Jian Wushuang sat inside a bar. He held up his wine glass and thoughtlessly sipped on the wine. After just 2 sips, he began to frown. The wine in the eternal chaotic world is uncomparable to that of my hometown. Jian Wushuang shook his head before turning to a waitress at the side and asked, "Does your house bar sell information?" "Of course." The waitress, who was at the level of a holy master, smiled. "Not sure what kind of information do you need, sir?" "I want information about this realm, as detailed as possible. Best if the information includes the forces of the parties here, and who are the stronger ones to take note of." Jian Wushuang answered, "The most detailed information we do have, but the price is rather expensive. It would take 500 chaos gems." "Eyes in the shape of crescent moons," the waitress smiled. "A usual holy master would have owned a holy of around 20 chaos gems. Even a universe master would typically have several hundred gems. Those who actually can give out 500 chaos gems were extremely rare. Here's 500 chaos gems. You can count them." Jian Wushuang tossed an interspatial ring over. The waitress's eyes lit up. After going over them carefully for a bit, she reverently said, "Please wait a minute, sir." Not long after, the waitress offered Jian Wushuang the most detailed information about the city in no time. While continuing to drink, Jian Wushuang's leafed through the document. "The Dayu world belongs to Snow Kingdom." Jian Wushuang let out an expression filled with confusion. At this moment, Gu King spoke again. "Jian Wushuang, the structure of the eternal chaotic world overall can be classified into 4 levels. The first level, which is also the lowest, are the countless eternal world, just like the Green Fire World which you have lived in. It is just that its geographical location is a little unique, that's all. The second level would be the realm domain. The realm domain refers to an extensive field which exists numerous eternal worlds, with their land gathering people who come from all over the world. Generally speaking, every realm domain is controlled by one strong warrior or by a large force. The third level would then be the God Kingdom. The God Kingdom is made up of hundreds of the realm domains. A God Kingdom by itself is extremely massive, yet in the vast eternal chaotic world, there still exists many of them. Chapter 1254. 1 King and 3 Hegemons. Chapter 1254. 1 King and 3 Hegemons. Upon hearing what the Gu King had said, Jian Wushuang was shocked. He had just left the Green Fire World, and in his eyes, a domain consisting of countless places as large as Eternal World was indeed very vast. However, a kingdom was 1,000 times bigger than a domain. Moreover, there were many kingdoms in the eternal chaotic world. It's so vast. The eternal chaotic world is vast beyond my imagination, Jian Wushuang said in amazement. Suddenly he recalled something and asked, "The kingdoms are just of level 3. What about the places of level 4? How vast could a place at level 4 be?" Level 4 is the core of the eternal chaotic world, and also the 10 cultivation sanctuaries with the most experts, Gu King answered. Cultivation sanctuary? 10. Jian Wushuang's eyes widened. There are 10 cultivation sanctuaries in the eternal chaotic world, each of them covering a small area and no larger than a kingdom. However, they are the core places of the eternal chaotic world. Cultivating there will be more efficient than in other places, so they attract the most experts. Many geniuses from the kingdoms, domains, and even the eternal world all have gone there to cultivate. Jian Wushuang, you are the core member of the Star Bloodline. It is in one of the cultivation sanctuaries as well, Gu King answered. Star bloodline is in one of the cultivation sanctuaries as well. Jian Wushuang was surprised. Besides that, the star bloodline is the main force in that cultivation sanctuary and is famous in the whole eternal chaotic world. Gu King answered, "You have just come out of the green fire world, and the best choice for you is to go to where the star bloodline is now. There, you can rely on their resources and become stronger, but we're so far away from that place." "How far?" Jian Wushuang immediately asked. "I have no idea." Gu King shook his head. "When I adventured in the eternal chaotic world with King Luozhen, I had visited many kingdoms, but I never heard of the Snow Kingdom, so I'm sure this kingdom is not near the 10 cultivation sanctuaries and might be somewhere in the corner. Therefore, if we set off from such a place to the 10 cultivation sanctuaries, it will take us a rather long time. Not only that, there are a lot of dangerous places in the void outside the kingdoms, and there are even countless bandits. With your current strength, it is not realistic for you to go to the 10 cultivation sanctuaries now. So, I think you should stay in the Dayu region to improve your power at first. And when you've passed the first inverse cultivation test and become a universe god in the first heaven, you can set off." "I see." Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. He also knew that he should not hurry now. With his current strength, it was indeed impossible for him to make it to the cultivation sanctuaries all by himself. He had better set off after he had made some breakthrough in his power. Jian Wushuang continued reading the information on the Dayu region. Though the region was only a normal domain of the Snow Kingdom, it was still vast with many experts there, and most of those experts were gathered on the land that Jian Wushuang was standing on. Among all the sects in the region, there were 4 dominating forces. They were the Dayu Palace, the Scarlet Island, the Golden Sun sect, and the Holy Prefecture. Those 4 forces were addressed as one king and 3 hegemons. One king referred to the Dayu Palace, the local tyrant of the region. As the name suggested, the Dayu Palace was the ruler of the Dayu region. The master of that palace was recognized by the Snow Kingdom, and at the same time he was also the #1 expert in the region and one of the 3 universe gods in the 3rd heaven. The 3 hegemons referred to the Scarlet Island, the Golden Sun sect, and the Holy Prefecture. They were powerful, and their forces were deep-rooted in that region. Jiushi, who Jian Wushuang had killed in the Green Fire world, was a core disciple of the Holy Prefecture, and her grievance had been on Jian Wushuang since then. If Jian Wushuang met another core disciple of the Holy Prefecture, that person would know that Jian Wushuang had killed one of his companions. The Holy Prefecture is really powerful. Jian Wushuang praised inwardly while reading the information on the Holy Prefecture. There were 4 mansion masters in the Holy Prefecture, and they were all the universe gods in the 2nd heaven. Jiushi's master was among them. There were also more than 20 universe gods of the 1st heaven in the prefecture, and one of them had even caught Jian Wushuang's attention. That person was universe god Qingyang. He was the #1 genius of the prefecture, and he was said to have cultivated for less than 10,000 years before he passed the god test to become a universe god in the 1st heaven. He was also rumored to have almost reached the peak of that realm. Before her death, that woman had said that her master was a mansion master of the Holy Prefecture, and her senior brother was the #1 genius, universe god Qingyang. I didn't pay much attention to her words at that time, but now it seems that I am in big trouble. Jian Wushuang sighed. Although he was as powerful as the universe god in the 1st heaven, there were 3 kinds of universe gods: elementary, advanced, and peak. At best, he could battle an advanced universe god. By displaying a secret skill, he could make himself as powerful as a universe god in the peak of the 1st heaven. Therefore, there were some people in the Holy Prefecture who were still able to kill him. As for that universe god Qingyang, Jian Wushuang was no match for him. It seems that I have to be careful from this moment on. If I'm targeted by Holy Prefecture, I'll be killed. Jian Wushuang murmured. He then continued reading the information on the Golden Sun sect. The Golden Sun sect is even more powerful than the Holy Prefecture. Jian Wushuang gasped inwardly in admiration. There were more than 30 universe gods in the Golden Sun sect, and the master of the sect was said to be a universe god at the peak of the second heaven. There were also countless experts in the sect. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed when he glanced at the information on an expert of the Golden Sun sect. The information read, "The monarch of the Jin Kingdom, Jin Feng." He had killed this person in the Green Fire World, and he never thought that this person would be the monarch of the Jin Kingdom as well as an expert of the Golden Sun sect. According to the information, Jian Wushuang also learned that the monarch had a good relationship with the sect master and was said to be the master's brother. Chapter 1255, Invincible Universe Master. Chapter 1255, Invincible Universe Master. After Jian Wushuang read the information on the monarch of the Gold Kingdom, his expression became very strange. "God, it turns out that I not only provoked the Holy Prefecture, but also provoked Golden Sun sect. It is rumored that the monarch of the Gold Kingdom is the younger brother of the Lord of Golden Sun sect. Even if the rumor is false, it means that they have a good relationship. If the Lord of Golden Sun sect knows that I killed the monarch of the Gold Kingdom, he will definitely try to kill me." Jian Wushuang sighed anxiously. He had killed the monarch of the Gold Kingdom in the Green Fire World, where there were formations isolating them from the outside world. Before the monarch died, he could never pass on the message of who killed him. So as long as Jian Wushuang keep that confidential, the Golden Sun sect would not know. Although the chances are small, I'd better watch out for the Golden Sun sect, Jian Wushuang reminded himself. The best way to build a firm foothold in the Dayu world is to join a big force. The Dayu Palace is highly regarded, and life will be too easy and comfortable if I join it, which isn't what I want, he secretly reflected. The three hegemons often fight against each other, and occasionally even wars will break out. They are worthy of me to join. However, in the three hegemons, Holy Prefecture and Golden Sun sect both have grudges with me, so I could only join the last hegemon, the Scarlet Island. The Scarlet Island was also one of the hegemons in the Dayu world, and its overall strength was no worse than that of the Golden Sun sect. In the past few years within the Dayu world, Scarlet Island and the Golden Sun sect were constantly embroiled in the fiercest battles. "You, come here!" Jian Wushuang waved at a tavern attendant not far away. "What can I do for you, Your Excellency?" The attendant came to him and asked respectfully. "Is there any way for me to join the Scarlet Island?" Jian Wushuang asked. "Join the Scarlet Island?" The attendant smiled. "Your Excellency, the three hegemons in the Dayu world have been fighting all year round, and a great number of experts have died. Naturally, they need a lot of experts to supplement the loss, so it's not hard to join them. Strong celestial masters can join easily. As for universe masters, it's much easier. However, if you want to master certain powers in the three hegemons, the threshold will be higher. With your strength, it is easy for you to join the Scarlet Island, Your Excellency," the attendant added and smiled. He had already found that Jian Wushuang was a universe master. That was why he acted with great respect. "Oh, I see," Jian Wushuang replied with an arched brow. "It's much easier to join the Scarlet Island, because the city where you are now is within the control of the Scarlet Island, and there is a recruitment office for the Scarlet Island in this city," the attendant said. "Oh!" Jian Wushuang laughed, took out an interspatial ring, and said, "Take me to the recruitment office, and then the chaos gems in this interspatial ring is yours." The attendant cast a fleeting glance at the interspatial ring and saw 20 chaos gems inside the interspatial ring. With a hint of joy in his eyes, he took the ring and deferentially said, "Your Excellency, please come with me." Afterwards, Jian Wushuang paid the money and followed the attendant to the center of the city. There was indeed a recruitment office for the Scarlet Island. There was a sea of people in the recruitment office, forming 2 long queues. Obviously, there were a great deal of people who wanted to join the Scarlet Island. Your Excellency, the 2 lines are for the recruitment of Celestial Masters and Universe Masters, respectively. Look, the longer line is for Celestial Masters, and the other is for Universe Masters. Your Excellency, you can go to the line with fewer people, the attendant explained. Okay, thank you. You may leave now, Jian Wushuang said and waved to the attendant. Excuse me. The attendant bowed and took his leave. Then Jian Wushuang went to the line for Universe Masters. When lining up, he found that the way to recruit cultivators was simple. After briefly judging the applicant's strength, the recruiter would give the applicant a token, and the recruitment was over. Then the applicant who got the token went to the place where he or she was arranged. Those Universe Masters applicants were absolutely overlords in the eternal world, but they were extremely humble in this recruitment office without putting on airs. It was not long before Jian Wushuang's turn came. Tell me your name and strength. A white-haired elder who was in charge of handing out tokens took a glance at him. At the first sight of Jian Wushuang, he found that Jian Wushuang's aura was much stronger than other Universe Masters, but he did not care. Over the years of recruiting, he had met countless Universe Masters, many of whom were more powerful than Jian Wushuang was. Is there any way for me to join the Scarlet Island? Jian Wushuang asked. Well, the Scarlet Island has always valued strength. That is to say, the stronger you are, the higher your position will be. And the higher your status will be on the Scarlet Island, the white-haired elder explained in a deep voice. Oh, I see. Jian Wushuang smiled and pondered for a second before saying, I am an invincible Universe Master. Invincible Universe, the white-haired elder murmured, but he suddenly paused and looked up at Jian Wushuang aghast before finishing his words. Instantly, everyone behind him and in the other line stared in Jian Wushuang's direction. They all heard Jian Wushuang say, Invincible Universe Master. What did you say? The white-haired elder asked in amazement. You are an Invincible Universe Master. Are you sure? Jian Wushuang's expression turned eccentric at his question. In terms of battle strength, he was equal to a universe god at the first heaven. However, he had just come to the eternal chaotic world, and he did not want to be too ostentatious. That was why he said he was an invincible Universe Master, but he did not expect such a reaction from the white-haired elder and those around him. He did not know that there were plenty of Universe Masters in the Dayu world. If he had told the elder that he was a Universe Master at the peak, the elder would not have been so startled, because the Universe Master at the peak was not rare in the Dayu world. But the Invincible Universe Master was different. Within the entire Dayu world, Invincible Universe Masters were very rare, even rarer than the Universe God. That was because the Invincible Universe Master had to create unique skills, and if a Universe Master could create unique skills, he was definitely a real genius. Even the local tyrant Dayu Palace and the 3 hegemons took such geniuses seriously. Chapter 1256. Personally Verify. Chapter 1256. Personally Verify. I said I'm a Universe Master. What's the matter? Jian Wushuang asked in a deep voice. No, nothing. The white-haired elder shook his head repeatedly, realizing his gaffe. Then he politely said, Your Excellency, our Scarlet Island stipulates that experts who are Invincible Universe Masters and above must be verified by our Universe God, and then assigned by them, so please wait a little while here. The Universe God will verify me personally. Jian Wushuang asked with a strange look, How long do I have to wait? Our Universe, God Fei Yu, is in this city. I've already sent him a message. It will not be long before he arrives. I have to remind you that the temper of the Universe Gods is very eccentric. When he arrives, if the strength you show is not up to the level of Invincible Universe Master, it will anger Universe God Fei Yu, the white-haired elder warned. I know. Jian Wushuang smiled. Then I'll wait for a while. The white-haired elder instantly asked him to the side in a deferential manner. In the corner of the city stood a grand black castle. In the core hall of the castle, two people sat face to face. Fei Yu, this matter depends on you. A cold middle-aged man in black smiled slightly. Haha, no problem, Qin. Don't worry about it, the other man said with a laugh. He was a handsome young man wearing a luxury robe, and he was Universe God Fei Yu and the owner of the Black Castle. The middle-aged man was Universe God Qin, another universe god of the Scarlet Island. He was a famous universe god. As they were talking, Universe God Fei Yu's expression suddenly changed. What's wrong, Fei Yu? Asked Universe God Qin. The recruitment office reported that there is a person claiming to be an invincible universe master, and I have to come there to verify. Universe God Fei Yu replied. An invincible universe master? Universe God. Chen's eyes lit up. Invincible universe masters are rarer than universe gods, and they are very useful. They do everything universe gods cannot. Besides, there are not so many invincible universe masters on the Scarlet Island. Therefore, every time an invincible universe master comes, it is a good thing for us. Indeed. Universe God Fei Yu nodded and asked, Qin, if you're free, why not go there with me? Okay, Universe God Qin agreed. Then they left the Black Castle and went to the recruitment office. As soon as the two universe gods arrived at the recruitment office, their terrifying auras spread out, and the entire recruitment office went silent. Besides Jian Wushuang, all the holy masters and universe masters who participated in the recruitment were in awe. He's Universe God Fei Yu, and the other seems to be Universe God Qin. The two universe gods came personally. They must be here for Jian Wushuang. Many people in the recruitment office whispered. Universe God Qin. Jian Wushuang took a glance at Universe God Qin. He had already read the information on many powerful universe gods in the Dayu world, and he had recognized the two universe gods. Among the two universe gods, Universe God Fei Yu had mediocre strength, barely reaching an advanced level of the first heaven. On the other hand, Universe God Qin was very formidable. It was said he had broken through to the peak of the first heaven. Also, Universe God Qin was skilled in swordsmanship. With the arrival of the two universe gods, the white-haired elder came to them immediately and saluted respectfully. Who is the invincible universe master that I have to verify? Universe God Fei Yu asked directly. Jian Wushuang immediately came to them and bowed slightly. I'm Jian Wushuang. Greetings, universe gods. Although his words were humble, his manners did not reveal much awe. It was because these two were only universe gods of the first heaven. Even if Universe God Qin was at the peak of the first heaven, he was not much stronger than him. Thus, they could not inspire his awe. The two universe gods did not mind it. Every invincible universe master was a genius, and it was normal for a genius to be arrogant. Jian Wushuang, meaning your sword principles are unparalleled. You really have a good name. How about your sword principle? Universe God Qin glanced at Jian Wushuang with a smile. The recruitment office reported that there is a person claiming to be an invincible universe master, and I have to come there to verify. Universe God Fei Yu replied. Here. Jian Wushuang asked in bewilderment, how do I show it? The two universe gods exchanged glances, and then Universe God Qin took a step forward and said, Jian Wushuang, you're good at sword principle, and so am I. So I'll be your opponent. Display your full strength. Don't worry, I'll control my forces and keep it at the level of ordinary universe master. I will be measured and will not hurt you. Fight with you, Universe God Qin. Jian Wushuang's eyes brightened with surprise. He was a universe god at the first heaven, and he was skilled in sword principle. It was a rare opportunity for Jian Wushuang to fight with such an expert. Then, please, Universe God Qin, he said and cupped his hands towards Universe God Qin. Then, the Blood Mountain's sword appeared in his hand. Bring it on. Universe God Qin stood where he was with an indifferent smile, but he did not even take out his sword. Jian Wushuang sighed and squinted. Since he deliberately controls his forces and keep it at the level of an ordinary universe master, then I'll only perform at the same level and fight with him relying on my swordsmanship, he thought. Jian Wushuang did not intend to display all his strength. His foundation was poor. If he revealed his full strength as a universe master whose battle strength could be compared with that of the universe god, it would be a little cocky. However, he could deliberately control the power of his forces and only reveal his swordsmanship. Start. Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up abruptly, and he violently stepped forward. The moment he lifted his foot, a gust of wind burst out. The overwhelming sword shadows were caught in the wind, forming a real sword storm, sweeping towards Universe God Qin. It was the move of spell of disturbance that Jian Wushuang created. However, Jian Wushuang did not launch the soul attack this time. He totally counted on his swordsmanship. Your swordsmanship is interesting. Seeing the sword storm sweep over, Universe God Qin smiled slightly, used his fingers as a sword and swung directly. Break! Universe God Qin's chilly voice echoed between heaven and earth, and a scarlet sword light surged and broke the sword storm in a flash. Chapter 1257, Universe God Qin. Chapter 1257, Universe God Qin. What? Jian Wushuang was shocked to see that his spell of disturbance was broken by Universe God Qin easily. Since the spell of disturbance was created, it had never been broken and at most completely resisted, unless the opponent was much stronger than him. Now, Universe God Qin broke it with the power of an ordinary universe master. What was more, he did not even use his sword. 3 waves. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned chilly, but he showed no anxiety. As the spell of disturbance was broken, he wielded the Blood Mountain sword swiftly. Universe God Qin blocked the 3 sword lights easily as well. This is not enough for me to pull out the sword. Show all your strength. Universe God Qin shouted in a low voice. Hearing his words, Jian Wushuang stopped hesitating. Stroke of dawn. Buzz! The world darkened suddenly, and in the endless darkness, a ray of light suddenly appeared. It was a sword light, but it was stunning like the first light before dawn. Also, it exploded with a terrifying power. Universe God Fei Yu's eyes were alight with surprise by the sword light. He saw that this strike had reached the level of unique skills. Universe God Qin also smiled. That's more like it. As he finished speaking, he turned his hand and conjured a scarlet longsword. Then, Universe God Qin lightly waved his sword. It sent a very slight blow, causing no wave in the void. However, when the sword light fell, the light in the endless darkness was gone. Jian Wushuang was forced to take several steps back violently, each step leaving a big pit on the ground. Fortunately, the land of the Dayu world was far more stable than that of the Eternal world, the Green Fire world, and the vast void outside the land. In addition, both of them deliberately controlled their forces, so they did not bring much damage to the recruitment office. He's so formidable. After regaining footing, Jian Wushuang looked up at Universe God Qin and felt his heart tense. My Stroke of Dawn is a unique skill, but it seemed so weak that it was broken by Universe God Qin with a single blow. His understanding of swordsmanship is obviously far deeper than mine. Jian Wushuang sighed in his heart. At this moment, Universe God Qin also looked at him and said, Jian Wushuang, any other skills? The strike just barely made me pull my sword, but it is not powerful enough to let me perform my swordsmanship. Again, there was a hint of excitement in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Although he was defeated, he was not discouraged at all, but raised his blood mountain sword again. Crash! The sword light swept out again. This time, Jian Wushuang displayed the second move he created, the Nirvana. Oh! When the dazzling sword light, which seemed to carry infinite hope and vitality, emerged, Universe God Chen's eyes, too, were alight. This strike is good. I can display my swordsmanship now. Universe God Chen smiled faintly. Then his wrist twisted in a weird way, and a scarlet sword light swept like a fan. Bang! The two sword lights collided. As a result, Jian Wushuang was defeated again. Since Universe God Chen had always controlled his strength, this blow did not bring Jian Wushuang more damage after he was defeated. A silence hung over the recruitment office. Jian Wushuang, that's all. Universe God Fei Yu said and came forward. Thus, Jian Wushuang and Universe God Chen stopped. Brother Chen, how is he? Universe God Fei Yu asked and looked at Universe God Chen, smiling. Very good, although his force is not outstanding, only at the level of the ordinary Universe Master. His swordsmanship is good. He has created 2 kinds of unique skills, and the last unique skill he displayed has reached the higher level of rank 1. In terms of battle strength, he is definitely an invincible Universe Master. If his force can be stronger, he will be an extremely terrifying, invincible Universe Master, Universe God Chen concluded with a smile. Jian Wushuang did not show any emotion when he heard this, but he felt weird in the heart. Universe God Chen thought that he had gone all out, but in fact, when he knew that Universe God Chen deliberately suppressed his power and only used the power of the ordinary Universe Master, he also deliberately suppressed his power. He was an inverse cultivator, and his body had been integrated with the strongest 3 sword principles. Moreover, Jian Wushuang was the 4-star imperial god at the top level. In terms of force, he was more than 10 times more powerful than an ordinary Universe Master. However, he had just been suppressing his force and did not use the power of blood-killing plate armor. As a result, Universe God Chen thought his force was at the level of the ordinary Universe Master. As for the unique skill that Universe God Chen mentioned, it was true. The unique skills of Universe Gods were divided according to the 3 heaven of Universe Gods, including rank 1 to rank 3. In the 2 unique skills that Jian Wushuang created, the Stroke of Dawn was an elementary unique skill at rank 1, which was very common, and the Nirvana was an advanced unique skill at rank 1. Now that Universe God Chen thought you have the battle strength of the invincible Universe Master, you have passed the verification. Jian Wushuang, from now on, you're one of the Scarlet Island. Universe God Fei Yu said. Thank you for your instruction, Universe God Chen, and thank you, Universe God Fei Yu. Jian Wushuang thanked them. He did benefit a lot from the fight with Universe God Chen. Universe God Fei Yu waved his hand and said, The Scarlet Island is one of the 3 hegemons in the Diyu world. But there aren't so many invincible Universe Masters, and each of them occupy an important position. Jian Wushuang, you joined our Scarlet Island as an invincible Universe Master, so we will arrange an appropriate position for you too. Come with me. Then Universe God Fei Yu and Universe God Chen led Jian Wushuang to that black castle in a corner of the city. However, as soon as the 3 of them left, the recruitment office burst into turmoil. Is the Universe God who fought with Jian Wushuang Universe God Chen? He's so formidable. I heard that Universe God Chen is at the peak of the 1st heaven, and he is in the top 5 on the Scarlet Island. Besides, his swordsmanship is much more excellent. Of course, he is formidable. Universe God Chen is formidable, but Jian Wushuang forced him to take out his sword and perform swordsmanship. Jian Wushuang is powerful too. Jian Wushuang joined the Scarlet Island as an Invincible Universe Master. What position can he get? The Invincible Universe Master on the Scarlet Island usually acts as a supervisor or a divine general. Jian Wushuang should also be a supervisor. Many of the Universe Masters and Celestial Masters in the recruitment office chatted furiously. For these people, Universe Gods were unattainable, and Invincible Universe Masters were big shots that they could only look up to. Chapter 1258, The Seventh Divine General. Chapter 1258, The Seventh Divine General. In a grand hall of the Black Castle, Universe God Feiyu and Universe God Qin sat side by side. Jian Wushuang, generally speaking, there are two positions on Scarlet Island for an advanced Universe Master to choose from: Supervisor and Divine General. Universe God Feiyu told Jian Wushuang. A supervisor is responsible for the inspection of our territory and some special places. Many people dream of this job because no one dares to offend a supervisor in his local territory. So if you become a supervisor, you can lead an easy life and make personal fortunes. Feiyu was telling the truth. A supervisor in Scarlet Island did have a lot of chances to make money. The Divine General would go to 9-Star Sea, the perimeter of our territory, where there are a great deal of experts. Also, you have to come in contact with other forces like Golden Sun Sect and Holy Prefecture. Fierce battles are inevitable. A Divine General needs to fight wars in the name of Scarlet Island. It's more dangerous than a supervisor, but you will gain more opportunities. You should decide which one is better for you. I'll give you 3 days to make a choice, Universe God Feiyu said. Not necessary. I can make my choice now. I want to be a Divine General, Jian Wushuang replied. Oh. Universe God Feiyu and Universe God Qin smiled at each other. They were not surprised. When Jian Shuang fought with Universe God Qin, they found he was aggressive. An aggressive person like him would never choose to be a supervisor. Such was the fact. At present, Jian Wushuang wanted to practice more in order to face inverse cultivation disaster. He would not join Scarlet Island if he wanted to have an easy life. Here is your ID token. Take it and find Commander Man in 9-Star Sea. He will arrange everything. Universe God Feiyu tossed a token to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang took the token and put it into his interspatial ring. Then he bowed and walked away. He walked out of the Black Castle and left for 9-Star Sea. 9-Star Sea, the perimeter of Scarlet Island, was a boundless sea that engulfed the whole Dayu world. Scarlet Island was one of the 3 hegemons outside the Dayu world. It controlled a vast territory. The city where Jian Wushuang stayed was distant from 9-Star Sea. Since this land was unique, he was unable to reach there by spaceship, so Jian Wushuang spent 6 months walking to 9-Star Sea. After he arrived at the military base in 9-Star Sea, he went to see Commander Man E. Commander Man E was second only to the Lord in strength and influence. All the experts in 9-Star Sea were under the command of him. I'm Jian Wushuang, Your Highness. Jian Wushuang saw the commander in a palace. The strapping man was about 3 meters high. With whiskers on the cheeks, he looked like a brown bear. The aura he released was very tyrannical. You are Jian Wushuang. He glanced at Jian Wushuang. Feiyu mentioned you not long ago. He said you were good at swordsmanship. You even displayed advanced, unique skills at the first realm. With only the strength of Universe Master, Chen had to defeat you by a sword. He went easy on me, Jian Wushuang replied humbly. Good. Commander Man, he had a cold look on his face. It's amazing for an advanced Universe Master to display unique skills at the level of Universe Master. But few of geniuses like you become Universe Gods. If you are frivolous, I'm sure you will suffer the God test. I got it. Jian Wushuang nodded. How long have you cultivated Jian Wushuang? the commander asked. Well, Jian Wushuang hesitated for a while and answered, nearly 10,000 years. In fact, he had cultivated for less than 5,000 years. He was unwilling to attract attention, so he said a longer time. Do you mean less than 10,000 years? Looking at Jian Wushuang in astonishment, Commander Man Yi asked him, Were you born in Daiyu World or Eternal World? I was born in Eternal World and recently left my hometown. Jian Wushuang answered honestly. Recently? So you have reached the level of an advanced universe master on your own in the ordinary Eternal World in less than 1,000 years. You're a true genius. Commander Man Yi nodded and said, In 9-star C, there are 6 divine generals under my command. From now on, you're the 7th. Thank you. Jian Wushuang said immediately. This is your ID token. It contains unique aura from which experts on Scarlet Island can know you for a divine general. Commander Man Yi added, Now I have a mission for you. The mission is simple. You can use it for practice. Well, somebody call the 2nd and the 5th divine general. Commander Man Yi ordered peremptorily without giving Jian Wushuang any time to ask questions. Soon, 2 figures came in. Your Highness. They were a man and a woman. The man was handsome and looked a little defiant. The woman was extremely attractive, but her aura was extremely tyrannical. Jian Wushuang, they are the 2nd divine General Lindong and the 5th divine General Mo. The commander introduced both sides briefly. This is Jian Wushuang, the person who has just joined our Scarlet Island. The 2 divine generals nodded at Jian Wushuang. Both of them already know about the mission. Just ask them later. Jian Wushuang. Commander Man Yi said in a loud voice and then turned toward Lindong and MOU. It's a simple mission. Give him a chance to practice. Understood, Your Excellency. Lindong and MOU nodded gravely. Well, go prepare for the mission. The commander waved his hand. Then the 3 divine generals left. Chapter 1259, Extermination Mission. Chapter 1259, Extermination Mission. In the camp, Jian Wushuang, 2nd Divine General Lindong, and 5th Divine General Mo, you headed a team. Jian Wushuang, you just arrived at 9-star C, so we should have held a welcome feast for you. However, you just got a mission, so we have to delay the feast. Now let me explain the mission to you, Lindong said. Jian Wushuang listened carefully. The big commander said it was an extermination mission, Lindong said. Extermination mission? Jian Wushuang was shocked. Who will be exterminated? The big commander said it was an extermination mission, Lindong said. Jian Wushuang was stunned. He knew what the Redwater Alliance was. It was a powerful force in the Daiyu world. Based on what he knew, although this alliance was not as good as the 3 hegemons, it ranked right behind them. In the Redwater Alliance, there were 6 universe gods. Even though none of them were 2nd heaven universe gods, they were also very powerful. Now, they 3 had to exterminate this alliance. How? Don't worry, Jian Wushuang. Although the Redwater Alliance sounds very strong, it has become history. Lindong laughed and said reassuringly, History. Jian Wushuang was shocked. Lindong looked at MOU, and then MOU said, Not long ago, while the Redwater Alliance was having a fierce battle with the Golden Sun sect in our Scarlet Island, they sneakily attacked us but failed. The master of Scarlet Island was furious, so he led a group of universe gods to attack their lair and wiped out all the advanced battle strength in the alliance. The 6 universe gods and some stronger universe masters were all killed. Now, there are only some ordinary universe masters and holy masters in it, so it is a good time for us to exterminate them and take over their area. That's it. Jian Wushuang understood. If Redwater Alliance were at its peak, they 3 would definitely be killed when they battled with them. However, since the Alliance lost their advanced battle strength it would be much easier. No wonder Man, commander said it was a simple task. After losing the advanced battle strength, even though there are still many Universe Masters and Tao Masters in the Redwater Alliance, it has become an empty shell. Jian Wushuang slightly smiled. Although this task is not difficult, the Redwater Alliance still occupies a vast area. We have to break through the cities one by one, so it will take us a long time. Let's confirm the people first. The Second Army and Fifth Army have already got another task, so they can't help. You have to assign the Seventh Army to join this battle, Lindong said and looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, I'm afraid that you haven't got a chance to meet your sergeants in the Seventh Army so far. Let us take you there. All right. Jian Wushuang nodded. He was the 7th Divine General and in charge of the 7th Army. Soon, Lindong and Emo, you led him to meet his sergeants in the 7th Army. Half a day later, Jian Wushuang, the 2nd Divine General Lindong, and the 5th Divine General Emo, you set out with the sergeants from the 7th Army. There were 30,000 people in one army in Scarlet Island. Among them, the weakest ones were Holy Masters, and the captains were usually Universe Masters. The battle formation of this army was terrifying in the Eternal World, but in the Eternal Chaotic World and the Dayu region, it was not a big deal. After all, there were numerous Holy Masters and Universe Masters here. Therefore, Holy Masters were not very valuable. In half a month, Jian Wushuang led the 7th Army to the first city that was controlled by the Redwater Alliance. The mighty army stopped in front of the giant city. This is the first city that we need to exterminate, but there are numerous inner cultivators in it. While we are killing, how can we recognize which experts belong to the Redwater Alliance? Jian Wushuang frowned and asked, Don't worry about that. We will kill all the cultivators in the city. Lindong shook his head, and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. What, kill all the people? Jian Wushuang frowned. 7th Divine General, it seems you are new in the Eternal Chaotic World, so you don't really know how cruel it is. Lindong and Mo, you both smiled. They could understand Jian Wushuang's reaction. When they just got here from their hometowns, they both were stunned when they realized how monstrous the Eternal Chaotic World was. Jian Wushuang, you just arrived at 9-Star Sea, so we should have held a welcome feast for you. However, you just got a mission, so we have to delay the feast. Now, let me explain the mission to you, Lindong said. Jian Wushuang, King Gu's voice was suddenly sounded. When you were in the Green Fire World, I already told you that you couldn't imagine how cruel the Eternal Chaotic World was. A mass killing in a city is just a small case. Before, when King Luo Zhen and I wandered here, we saw people slaughtering others from the Eternal World without any reason. This is a small case. Oftentimes, entire realms or even kingdoms are slaughtered. A slaughter in a realm or a kingdom? Jian Wushuang was stunned. A realm. Dayu World was a realm. It was not only a giant land, but there were numerous people from the Eternal World staying here. The realm already included a great number of people. What about a kingdom which was formed by thousands of films? The people who are confident to wander in the Eternal Chaotic World should be ready for it. Most of them have killed lots of people as well. After all, this is a place for experts, so none of the cultivators here are innocent. It's fine if you sympathize with the weak and don't want to slaughter here, but you need to remember that you can't hesitate when you have to kill them. Even though some of them are innocent, you must do it when it's necessary. King Gu said, I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded and looked at the 2 divine generals. Besides launching a slaughter, do we have another choice? Lindong and Mo, you looked at each other. And then Mo, you said, 7th Divine General, don't worry. Although Scarlet Island is effective, we are not like the evil ones who kill innocent people. Chapter 1260. Jian Wushuang, your turn to shine. Chapter 1260. Jian Wushuang, your turn to shine. With slight hesitation, MOU continued, 1 month ago in the Redwater Alliance's territory, we already announced that we were going to launch a slaughter in the city today. We've given the people who don't belong to the Redwater Alliance 1 month to leave this place. So who do you think those who still stay are? Jian Wushuang's expression shifted. The people who knew this news but still did not want to leave should be the experts in the Redwater Alliance. I understand. So we don't need to waste time. Let's do it. Jian Wushuang's expression turned cold. 7th Army to action. Inside the city, kill all the people that you see. Given the order, the sergeants of the 7th Army immediately swarmed into the city. There was a formation around the city, but it was not strong. There were many people who were good at formations in the 7th Army, so it took only a couple minutes for these 30,000 sergeants to break through the formation and slash into the city. Violent explosions soon sounded in the city. Obviously, the sergeants in the 7th Army already started the battle with the experts from the Redwater Alliance. The entire giant city was filled with war. In the void outside the city, Jian Wushuang, Lin Dong, and MOU were supervising. These 3 divine generals did not take any action yet. For them, it was not valuable to kill the ordinary holy masters and universe masters. 7th Divine General, the commander, said you only spent less than 10,000 years cultivating, and then you left your hometown to explore the world. Lin Dong looked at Jian Wushuang. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded indifferently. So, have you got any experience in fighting with any invincible universe masters so far? Lin Dong asked. Yes, in my hometown, I did meet an opponent who was an invincible universe master, Jian Wushuang said. He was talking about Long Su King. Only one. Lin Dong looked odd. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded again. He had met only one universe god yet, and that was Long Su King. However, he had met 2 universe gods. Chun Universe God was for Jian Wushuang to verify his invincible universe master battle strength, so he did not count him as one. However, he had killed Jin Feng of the Jin Kingdom, who was a first heaven universe god. After Jian Wushuang answered, Lin Dong frowned and scoffed. No wonder the commander asked us to take good care of you and give you more chances to practice. What's the matter? Jian Wushuang was surprised. 7th Divine General, you might not really know that we Divine Generals have been in the 9-star sea for a long time. Even the 6th Divine General has been here for thousands of years. During this period, we have been battling with Golden Sun Sect and Holy Prefecture, so we've got lots of killing experience. MOU smiled. I've fought more than 14 invincible universe masters and have met some of them several times. So I've had more than 100 battles with the universe masters. Lin Dong is even better. He has met more than 20 invincible universe masters and has experience in killing hundreds. There were many cases in which he fought 2 or 3 universe masters at the same time. However, you've only had one fierce battle with an invincible universe master, so don't you think we need to take care of you? MOU and Lin Dong smiled wordlessly. Meanwhile, Jian Wushuang was shocked. Indeed, according to killing experience, he was not as good as these 2 divine generals. This task is pretty simple. It would be good enough if only MOU and I took control, but the commander also assigned you to join the battle. If I am not wrong, the commander wants you to practice more, and then you can adapt to the eternal chaotic world and get used to battling with experts soon, Lin Dong said. I see. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, and he felt even more confused. At this moment, bang! A powerful aura rose up at the corner of the city. Jian Wushuang, Lin Dong, and MO, you all sensed this aura and instantly looked towards it. In the void where the aura was rising up, a stalwart elder donned in scarlet armor was waving a scarlet sledgehammer that exploded with strong power. His eyes turned red and were full of killing intent. There were many universe masters in the 7th Army fighting the Scarlet Elder. Some of them were even peak universe masters. However, the Elder's sledgehammer exploded with tremendous power. Seeming completely unfazed, he slammed the universe masters with a sledgehammer and killed them one by one. In only a couple minutes, 5 universe masters in the 7th Army were killed by the Elder. That is an invincible universe master. Jian Wushuang looked at the Elder in surprise. He is the universe Master Bei in the Redwater Alliance. Lin Dong and Mou both frowned. Obviously, they recognized him. When the Master of Scarlet Island led his army to kill all the universe gods in the Redwater Alliance, they even killed several invincible universe masters. However, 2 of them were pretty lucky and escaped. These 2 were Gu Nanyang, Alliance Master, and Universe Master Bei. Universe Master Bei is very famous here, and his strength is also extremely strong. He ranks first in the Redwater Alliance. That is why the commander asked me to come here, Ling Dong said. He was the 2nd Divine General in the Scarlet Island, and his strength ranked 2nd among the Divine Generals, so his battle strength was better than Universe Master Bei's. Before, we thought that if all the universe gods were killed, Universe Master Bei would lay low for a while after escaping. To my surprise, he's in the first city that Scarlet Island wants to take over. He really has guts, Mou said. Lin Dong, based on your strength, you will be the only one who can defeat him. You should take action. No rush. Lin Dong shook his head and looked at Jian Wushuang. The commander asked us to give you more chances to practice. So Jian Wushuang, I will leave Universe Master Bei to you. You can just try your best to battle with him. When you can't keep up any longer, you can send me a message. Sure. Jian Wushuang nodded. Without hesitating, he glided forward to the city. Lin Dong and Mo, you were still standing there and looking at him. Chapter 1261 Action. Chapter 1261 Action. Lin Dong, although the commander let us give Jian Wushuang more chances to practice, it'll be too hard for him to fight Universe Master Bei. Mo, you looked at Lin Dong and said, Universe Master Bei is the first universe god in Redwater Alliance. Based on his strength, only you, the top divine general in Scarlet Island, are able to defeat him. Jian Wushuang just left his hometown and hasn't got enough experience to battle with invincible universe masters. It's a joke for him to fight Universe Master Bei. Isn't that even better? Lin Dong laughed. He just left his hometown and hasn't met any ideal opponents. Now he is too proud, so I want to teach him a lesson. In the eternal chaotic world, there are thousands of experts. When we just got here, the commander also challenged us a lot, didn't he? That's true. Mou nodded. In this case, let him learn a lesson first, but we need to be cautious. If he can't keep up, then we need to take the action. Otherwise, if he is killed by Universe Master Bei, we will be in a big trouble. Don't worry, everything is under control. Lin Dong was very confident. While Lin Dong and Mou were supervising, Jian Wushuang flew into the city. Invincible Universe Master. Jian Wushuang stared at Universe Master Bei, who was in the battle. His eyes turned cold. Lin Dong is right. Before, when I stayed in the Green Fire world, although I fought the experts from the Gene Kingdom, I indeed lacked killing experience. It's time for me to practice. Although Universe Master Bei is a universe master, his sledgehammer skills and unique skills are barely acceptable for me to practice my swordsmanship. Jian Wushuang made a decision in his mind. He would conceal his strength and only rely on his swordsmanship in the fierce battle. When it was the right moment, then he would quickly kill him. In an instant, Jian Wushuang showed up in the center of the battlefield. The bastard from Scarlet Island, go to hell! Universe Master Bei's eyes were scarlet, and his face looked evil and horrible. His scarlet sledgehammer madly smashed out. Many universe master around him were already dead. When Jian Wushuang appeared, he did not even pay attention and smashed his hammer towards him. Humph! Jian Wushuang snorted and exploded with universe master power, waving his blood mountain sword. Without any swordsmanship, the sword collided with the sledgehammer. Snap! Following the explosion, a scarlet thunderbolt shot out from his sledgehammer. It flew to a pavilion, and the pavilion was smashed to pieces instantly. After retreating for dozens of meters, Universe Master Bei raised his head and looked at Jian Wushuang. Invincible Universe Master, you are the divine general from Scarlet Island. Universe Master Bei stared at Jian Wushuang with his cold eyes and groaned. There are 6 divine generals in the Scarlet Island, but I haven't met you. Who are you? Jian Wushuang, the 7th divine general in the Scarlet Island. Jian Wushuang answered. The 7th divine general? Universe Master Bei instantly realized that Jian Wushuang had just become a divine general. He was furious and roared, "A new divine general who dares to challenge me alone is asking for death." As his voice died, Universe Master Bei suddenly stepped out. Unlike when he was killing the sergeants, Universe Master Bei exploited his full strength when he realized Jian Wushuang was an invincible universe master. Grand aura emitted from his body, full of endless killing. It turned to a dark cloud and enveloped Jian Wushuang. The oppressive force was absolutely enough to make an ordinary universe master feel scared. Even a peak universe master would feel terrified. However, when Jian Wushuang was under this pressure, he looked calm. When Universe Master Bei was coming towards him, he immediately joined the battle. "Little kid, go to hell." Universe Master Bei was full of killing intent, and his scarlet sledgehammer turned to a scarlet thunderbolt. The scarlet thunderbolt flew through the void and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang waved, and then his blood mountain sword turned into a beam of flowing light. Clang! These 2 attacks collided, and an anti-shock force was sent to Jian Wushuang, forcing him to frown. "This Universe Master Bei is quite strong." Jian Wushuang chuckled inwardly, but his power then skyrocketed and he exploded with power. 10%. Jian Wushuang owned the inverse cultivation of combining 3 strongest sword principles. Also, he was the 4-star peak ancient god from the Imperial Kinsman. Without using the blood-killing plate armor, his strength could already compete with the ordinary universe gods. Even only using 10% of his strength still made him slightly better than invincible universe masters. Bang! His swordsmanship exploded. Universe Master Bei was still very arrogant. His scarlet sledgehammer turned into lightning and started the attack again. These 2 people were having the war in this city. The strong power flew out and terrified the sergeants and experts. Soon they all ran away. Outside the city, Lin Dong and MOU, who had been waiting there, were shocked when they witnessed this. Didn't he just leave his hometown? Didn't he have no experience in battling with invincible universe masters? MOU was stunned. She knew how strong the universe Master Bei was. Ordinary universe master were not match for him, not even her. But now, Jian Wushuang is able to fight universe Master Bei. Lin Dong frowned. Universe Master Bei's power is far stronger than an ordinary invincible universe master's. How is Jian Wushuang able to confront him? Lin Dong had fought Universe Master Bei before, and he was only slightly better than Universe Master Bei. However, he had used his speed and skill to win. Universe Master Bei was good at strength, and Lin Dong knew he was not as good as his. But now Jian Wushuang dared to confront him and still was not defeated. In the battlefield, Jian Wushuang and Universe Master Bei had a half-hour fierce battle with no sign of defeat. Jian Wushuang also noticed that the Universe Master Bei was already exploiting his full strength. He has done the best, but still can't force me to use more strength? Jian Wushuang shook his head. The game is over. Jian Wushuang started another attack. Chapter 1262. 3 months. Chapter 1262. 3 months. 1. A raging wind carrying dense sword shadows blew violently to universe. Master Bei. Spell of disturbance. As a light of killing intent flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes, the sword lights covered universe Master Bei with an overwhelming soul attack behind each of the light. If Jian Wushuang only used 1/10 of his power in the move, universe Master Bei might be able to withstand the attack. However, Jian Wushuang's move was a perfect combination of spell of disturbance and soul attack. The moment the sword light flashed, the soul attack behind it crushed to universe Master Bei. As a universe master, he could barely take it and immediately gave up struggling. Covered by the countless sword shadows, he was crumbled into pieces before he could even let out a scream. As the soul attack had made no sound, the onlookers all thought that universe Master Bei was killed by Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship. Losing their leader, the remaining experts of the Redwater Alliance in that city lost their morale and was eradicated by the soldiers of the 7th Army in a short while. After killing universe Master Bei, Jian Wushuang returned to the void outside the city. "Gentlemen, I didn't let you down." Jian Wushuang's voice was loud and clear. Lin Dong and Mo Yu looked at Jian Wushuang with a strange expression. Before, when Jian Wushuang and Universe Master Bei were equally matched, it had surprised them. Now, they were even more surprised that Jian Wushuang actually managed to kill the master. Universe Master Bei is so powerful that though I can defeat him by a neck, it will take me a lot of effort to kill him. However, you have just killed him on your own. Lin Dong squinted his eyes. I was lucky. I had fought with him, heart on heart at first, but later I changed my strategy. I improved my speed to the extreme, and therefore launched an unexpected attack. Universe Master Bei could barely dodge it and was killed. Jian Wushuang answered with a smile. Is that so? Lin Dong and Mo Yu exchanged a glance at each other. They all thought that there was something fishy about Universe Master Bei's death. Otherwise, that master should not have been suddenly killed in a close fight. They nodded at Jian Wushuang's explanation, but were full of doubt in fact. Now, since Universe Master Bei was dead, the only leader of the Redwater Alliance will be their young master, Gunan. Though he is a Universe Master as well, he is no match for even Universe Master Bei. As long as he dares to show up, any of us 3 can kill him. Lin Dong sneered. Jian Wushuang and Mo Yu also showed a smile at the words. In less than half a day, the sergeants of the 7th Army wiped off all the remaining experts of the Redwater Alliance in the city. After that, Jian Wushuang and other 2 divine generals led the 7th Army to the 2nd city under the control of the Redwater Alliance. With the fall of the universe gods, the Redwater Alliance existed in name only, and its power was crumbled. Many universe masters and holy masters withdrew from the alliance, leaving it with only a few loyal men. Led by Universe Master Bei, those loyal people had fought against the 7th Army in the first city. Now, without that master, they could barely organize another resistance again. Therefore, they would be easily eliminated. In fact, it only took Jian Wushuang and his army no more than 2 hours to wipe off all the remaining experts of the Redwater Alliance in the 2nd city and set off again. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. The headquarters of the Redwater Alliance was in a city named Redwater City, the core place of the Alliance. At that moment, in a hidden underground palace in the Redwater City, 2 figures sat together chatting. Just in 3 months, the Scarlet Island had swept over the cities under our control. This city, the last city, the yet to come. During those days, few of our universe masters and holy masters survived their massacre. Even Universe Master Bei was killed by them. Bastard! Bastard! Damn the Scarlet Island! One of the two figures was a young man dressed in a luxurious golden robe. He clenched his hands and snarled in a rage with a grave expression. His handsome face was twisted with hatred. Alas! On hearing the young man's roars, the other man, a humpbacked, black-robed elder, sighed before saying, "The Scarlet Island is so powerful that none could contend with it in our region except for the Diu Palace, Golden Sun Sect, and Holy Prefecture. Our alliance is too weak when compared with it. We shouldn't have combated with it for benefits before. We shouldn't." The elder kept shaking his head as he spoke. "There is no use for us to regret now," the young man shouted in a low voice. "You're right." The black-robed elder looked at the young man and continued, "Young master, we should leave the Diu region as soon as possible. I have everything prepared for us in the somewhere else." "Leave?" The young man trembled and asked, "Elderly, are we really going to leave here?" "The Diu region has no place for us now. We have to go, and even if we leave, it will be lucky if the Scarlet Island won't hunt us where we go," the elder answered. "Scarlet Island." The young man's eyes became chilling. "All right, I'll leave with you, but not in secret. I'll have the Redwater Alliance pay for what they have done." "Young master, what do you mean?" The elder looked at the young man. "The Scarlet Island has 3 divine generals in the army against us this time, right?" the young said with a cold smile. "Lindong and Mo, you have stayed in the Scarlet Island for many years and won a big fame. As for Jian Wushuang, who has emerged recently, he may be less famous, but is powerful enough to have killed Universe, Master Bay alone. If we can kill them 3, it will be a great loss even to the Scarlet Island. After all, divine generals are fewer than the universe gods here. Young master, you want to kill those 3 divine generals?" The elder frowned. "Right." The young man nodded with a cold face. "And I'll need your help. I want you to kill them in person. After you succeed, we'll leave here before the Scarlet Island could react. By then, they won't be able to even lay a finger on us." Upon hearing this, the elder pondered for a moment before heavily nodding his head with his eyes sparkling. This elder, in fact, was a universe god. Chapter 1263, The Last City. Chapter 1263, The Last City. Jian Wushuang, Lindong Mou, the 3 divine generals, and the sergeants of the 7th Army were gathered in the void outside the Redwater City. They all surveyed the giant city in front of them. Redwater City is the last city still controlled by the Redwater Alliance, whose headquarters is also in this city. Lord had led many universe gods to wipe off all the experts of the Alliance in this city before. However, as we conquered other cities of the Alliance, the refugees all escaped to this city. "It looks that they want to have a final fight with us here," Mou said with a smile. "The last fight? Hump, it will be futile." Lindong snorted. "Guys, do you think whether the young master of the Redwater Alliance is in this city or not?" Jian Wushuang asked with a smile. It had been 3 months since they worked together, plus that Jian Wushuang had gained Lindong's and Mo Yu's recognition. The relationship between the 3 was closer than before. "Are you referring to Gunan?" Lindong looked over with a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. The last time when Lord attacked this city, Gunan was lucky. He was not in the city, otherwise he would have been killed. Now the Redwater Alliance is going to fall, and his title as the young master exists in name only. If I were him, I would have fled away to other regions. Waiting here is just courting for death. Indeed. Jian Wushuang raised his brows. Not being a fool, Gunan should have left the city if he did not have absolute confidence in winning the battle, because he was just a normal invincible universe master who had a duty to revive the Redwater Alliance. Well, let's stop talking and get into the city to kill all the remaining experts of the Redwater Alliance. Complete this mission, and we can have a celebration party after we return back. Lindong smiled when speaking. The 7th Army, let's fight. Jian Wushuang immediately ordered the soldiers of the 7th Army. Taking the order, the soldiers immediately swarmed into the city. Jian Wushuang, this is the last battle in our mission. Are you going to practice your skill as before? Mou asked Jian Wushuang with interest. Well, Jian Wushuang showed an embarrassed smile and replied, I'll decide when I meet a proper opponent. Mou and Lin Dong looked at each other, smiling wordless. Have been staying with Jian Wushuang for 3 months. They knew how crazy Jian Wushuang was about cultivating. Yes, crazy. During the last 3 months, they had experienced many battles as they conquered cities of the Red Water Alliance one after another. And normally, because there had been none invincible universe masters among their opponents, they, as divine generals, could have stood by and watched the soldiers fight. However, Jian Wushuang could not hold his fight intent and had joined soldiers to fight. Moreover, Jian Wushuang had not tried to overpower those universe masters and holy masters of their rival camp as Lin Dong and Mou had expected. He had restrained his power while fighting with his opponents to practice his swordsmanship. All the opponents Jian Wushuang had picked were the experts with excellent fighting skills and brilliant moves, and some of them even had impressed him much. During that period, Jian Wushuang had over 100 fights, and each of them was not ended until he thought he had practiced enough. He could have killed those opponents easily, but as if he was making fun of them, he had restrained his power all the time. At first, Lin Dong and Mou was confused by his actions. However, as Jian Wushuang had fought more and more, they figured out his intention. Jian Wushuang had been trying to practice his swordsmanship, not making fun of his opponents. No matter how weak his opponents were, Jian Wushuang seized every opportunity to train himself with those people. He is crazy. Yes, a crazy man who won't let go of any chance to improve his power. The longer Lin Dong and Mou had been with Jian Wushuang, the more they thought that Jian Wushuang's power was not as simple as they could see. They started taking this young divine general who had just left his hometown and cultivated less than 10,000 years even more seriously. As they stayed outside the city with Jian Wushuang, suddenly, Scarlet Island. A loud roar resounded throughout the city, like a thunder shaking the place. Then a young man wearing a luxurious golden robe rushed out of the city with a group of experts of the Red Water Alliance, following him. He is Gu Nan, the young master of the Red Water Alliance. Jian Wushuang, Lin Dong, and Mou all looked surprised seeing the young man. They had just thought that this young master could not be in the city, but now, this young master is courting death. Lin Dong immediately laughed. Is him so stupid? Jian Wushuang was amused. Let's go to meet with this young leader. Mou also smiled. The 3 divine generals all rushed into the Redwater City. When the 3 entered the city, Jian Wushuang's expression slightly changed. Guys, I'm afraid we are in trouble, he suddenly said. In trouble? Why? Lin Dong and Mou looked confused. Jian Wushuang did not explain to them further. His soul power had targeted an aura hidden deep beneath them. The owner of the aura had hidden very well that Lin Dong and Mou could not sense him, but it was hard to cheat Jian Wushuang, who had soul fire. Are the 3 of you the divine generals of the Scarlet Island? The voice of anger came from the young master Gu Nan, who came up to the 3 divine generals, eyes full of hatred. Gu Nan, you know that we will come here to kill you. It's courageous of you not to escape. Lin Dong's voice sounded cold as well. Escape? Gu Nan said with a sneer, Yes, I am going to escape to somewhere beyond your reach, even somewhere out of the Dayu region. But before that, I have to kill the 3 of you to have the Scarlet Island pay for what they have done to our alliance. Kill us 3? On your own. Lin Dong looked disdainful. Right then, with the soul power, Jian Wushuang felt that the aura hidden in the ground rose up sharply. Chapter 1264, Universe God? Chapter 1264, Universe God. Lindong Mou, step back! Jian Wushuang shouted hurriedly. Why? Lindong and Mou were startled, but they still subconsciously drew a few steps backward. Just as the three drew back, a black flowing light flashed where the three had just stood. The light was so powerful that perhaps Jian Wushuang could protect himself with his blood-killing armor. But if Lindong and Mou got hit by it, they would definitely be killed. Swish! A black figure appeared where the three had just stood. It was a black-robed elder with a rolling aura, radiating a faint divine power. The elder had cold eyes. He is a universe god. Lindong and Mou, you were both shocked. Universe gods were those who had experienced a god test to become a god. They were top experts. Jian Wushuang and the other two generals were invincible universe masters with unparalleled battle strength in their realm, but they were no match for a universe god. How could it be possible? Haven't all the universe gods in the Redwater Alliance been killed? Why, there is another one. As two powerful divine generals, Lindong and Mou, however, looked horrified at that moment. Gunan, standing behind the elder, smirked while speaking. Elderly, kill them three. Be assured, young master, none of them can escape from me today. As the elder's chilling voice fell, a divine power started running inside his body. He neared Jian Wushuang and the two generals through the void like a black flowing light. The black scimitar in his hand gleamed with a terrifying light. Run! Quick, run! Lindong and Mou headed away, running without thinking. They had become the divine generals for so long that they had seen many battles between universe gods and therefore knew very well how powerful the universe gods were. They were no match for the elder, even if they joined their hands. Run! 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 Lindong and Mou started running desperately, and at the same time they also noticed that Jian Wushuang remained standing where he was. Jian Wushuang, what are you doing? Run quickly! Mou shouted at him. Jian Wushuang, are you insane? Lindong also yelled at him anxiously. When they saw that Jian Wushuang remained indifferent towards their warns, Lindong could not help but shake his head. Alas, he is too shallow, too proud, and too confident. That elder is a universe god. Does he think that he can battle a universe god? He has just arrived here without encountering any universe god before. He knows nothing about their power. Mou also sighed. All right, we have already reminded him, but since he is courting death himself, we are not the one that he should blame. We can't even protect ourselves now, let alone to save him. Lindong and Mou kept running madly to the outside of the city. As for Jian Wushuang, they were incapable of helping him. They did not know that when Jian Wushuang saw that universe god, he was not surprised or afraid, but excited. Universe god! He looked at the elder with frenzied eyes. He had only battled two universe gods, yet universe god Qin and the monarch of the Jin kingdom. He had fought with the former in a very friendly way, practicing his swordsmanship. Therefore, he actually battled only the later. Now, the black-robed elder standing in front of him was his second opponent as a universe god. The elder is in the first heaven. Who is the stronger one among him and the monarch? With a smile, Jian Wushuang held the Blood Mountain sword in his hand and charged at the elder. Seeing his move, the onlookers all thought Jian Wushuang mad. As a universe master, he did not escape from but choose to challenge a universe god. Wasn't he mad? The elder was amazed as others, but the next moment his eyes turned cold. You want to sacrifice yourself to protect your partners? Well, you're a loyal friend yet a fool. Since you want to die, I grant your wish. The elder shouted, and his black saber struck out in a strange way, cutting the void open. A black light appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Facing a universe god, Jian Wushuang became extremely cautious and he dared not to restrain his power anymore, like battling universe Master Bay before. He used 8/10 of his power to attack. It was a strike as powerful as the one from the elementary universe gods in the first heaven. As for swordsmanship, he randomly displayed one. This strike was meant to test the elder's power. However, when his sword met with the elder's saber, Jian Wushuang was dumbfounded. The elder's attack was crumbled by his causal strike, and even the elder was thrown far away under the force before regaining his balance. How could this be possible? Jian Wushuang paused in the void, staring at the elder with a frown. I only used 80% of my power in the just casual move, but still I overpowered him. Is he really a universe god? Jian Wushuang could not believe what had happened. Could a universe god be so weak? Gu King, which parasitized in Jian Wushuang's body, suddenly laughed and said, Jian Wushuang, don't be so surprised. It is normal for you to suppress him. Why? Jian Wushuang asked. Simple, because this person has just passed the god test to become a universe god, and his power has not been completely transformed into divine power. Therefore, he is not a real universe god as those we have normally known. It's true, he is more powerful than the universe masters, but he is no match for the real universe gods like the monarch of the Gold Kingdom. 80% of your power can surpass all his power, let alone that your Blood Mountain sword is much superior to his weapon. Therefore, shouldn't it be natural that you can overpower him? Gu King explained in a laughing voice. Is that so? Jian Wushuang finally understood the reason. Gu King's words reminded him that it would take a universe god some time to transform his power after he passed the god test. This black-robed elder obviously had passed the test not long enough to transform all his power yet. Such a universe god was not a real god. The Scarlet Island is excellent in collecting intelligence in the Diu region, but as the elder just passed the god test not long ago, no wonder the island doesn't know him. Jian Wushuang showed a faint smile. Chapter 1265. Jian Wushuang's Disappointment. Chapter 1265. Jian Wushuang's Disappointment. Jian Wushuang was surprised by the elder's lack of strength. On the other hand, the elder had a look of total disbelief on his face. How could this happen? I've passed the god test only recently, and even though it was not long enough to enable me to transform all my powers into divine power, I should still be much more powerful than ordinary universe masters. How could this kid overpower me? The elder stared at Jian Wushuang coldly. Kid, go to hell. The elder turned into a flowing stream of light and charged directly at Jian Wushuang. This time he exerted all his transformed divine power to the extreme and displayed a unique skill with his black saber. Whoosh! A black shadow in the shape of a saber which covered half of the void appeared and slashed at Jian Wushuang. The saber shadow had not reached Jian Wushuang yet, but its powerful saber essence could be felt as it swept over the area. When he saw the saber shadow, Jian Wushuang frowned. This was because in his eyes the strike was too weak. It's indeed a unique move, but it's lacking in power. Jian Wushuang's eyes were icy. A universe god who has just passed the god test, and whose power has just started to transform into divine power. Even his unique skill is weak. Jian Wushuang secretly shook his head, wanting to end the fight quickly. Whoosh! His sword essence shot into the air, filled with a dazzling light of hope and life. He struck out with his sword, using all his power and might. He displayed his unique skill, Nirvana. Boom! The terrifying sword light immediately reduced the saber shadow to pieces. It continued to flash and engulfed the elder totally. Impossible! The elder let out a desperate scream before he was overwhelmed by the sword light and was killed. The universe god who had terrified everyone who was present. Even Lin Dong and Mo, you were trying to escape from him, had just been killed by Jian Wushuang. Silence. The entire Redwater City was in utter silence. The people who were fighting all over the city paused and watched incredulously at the scene before their eyes. The young master of Redwater Alliance, Gunan, was stunned. After killing the elder, Jian Wushuang paused for a moment in the void. He frowned as he gazed at the elder's fragmented body and had a serious expression on his face. He roared silently in his mind. Weak. Too weak. I just exerted the power of the first step of the blood-killing plate armor and managed to kill him so easily. I still have so many skills to display, and I did not even use the power of the second step of the blood-killing armor. This universe god turned out to be a disappointing opponent. Disappointing. When he first encountered the elder, Jian Wushuang had hoped that the elder would be the first person who could bring out his best fighting ability after he came to the eternal chaotic world. However, he was disappointed at the elder's power or lack of it. Even the monarch of Jin Kingdom could have killed the elder without any effort, let alone Jian Wushuang, who was the one who had killed the monarch. Few universe gods in the eternal chaotic world are as weak as this elder, given that a whole lot of power is required to pass the god test. Weak as the elder was, he must have had someone help him to pass it. Gu Qing's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Had someone help him? Can a person help another to pass the god test? Jian Wushuang frowned. Of course, in the case of some small god test, but a price must be paid. Don't think about it, Jian Wushuang. As an inverse cultivator, you can only rely on yourself to pass your inverse cultivation test, said Gu Qing. For a moment, Jian Wushuang was speechless. What the king said was true. The black-robed elder was very lucky. It was Gunan's father, the master of Redwater Alliance, who had helped him pass the universe god. In return, the elder had stood by the Alliance when it was in danger. He had supported Gunan out of his gratitude and loyalty to the master. Unfortunately, he had encountered Jian Wushuang. As a result, he was dead. Jian Wushuang thought it a pity that the elder was not a worthwhile opponent, but what happened had happened. Next, the young master of Redwater Alliance. Jian Wushuang looked at Gu Nan with an imperceptible smile. This. At that moment, Gu Nan was frightened out of his wits. He stood there for some time, unable to utter a single word. His plan was to let the elder kill the 3 divine generals after drawing them into the city. He could not believe that it had failed and that his last supporter, Elderly, had also been killed. A universe master killing the elder on his own. It must be a joke. Without a word, Jian Wushuang drew closer to Gu Nan in an instant. An icy sword light flashed in the air as a soul attack broke into Gu Nan's consciousness. Gu Nan immediately felt dazed, but before he could react, Jian Wushuang's sword pierced through his head. The deaths of Elder Li and Gu Nan, especially the way Jian Wushuang had killed the elder, shattered the confidence of the remaining experts of Redwater Alliance so greatly that the 7th Army did not meet much resistance from them. They were all slain in a short while. Lin Dong and Mou, who had fled from the city, returned to the void above the city and came up to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang. Lin Dong and Mou stared at Jian Wushuang in amazement. At first, when they ran away from the elder and failed to get Jian Wushuang to join them, they had thought he was too arrogant and proud. However, now Jian Wushuang had killed that elder. A universe master killing a universe god. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. What's the matter with you two? Jian Wushuang looked at Lin Dong and Mou with a smile. The two of them remained in deep shock for some time. Lin Dong finally spoke after a long while. Jian Wushuang, you killed a universe god. Chapter 1266, A New Mission. Chapter 1266, A New Mission. I killed a universe god, Jian Wushuang shook his head and continued with a smile. No, that elder has just passed the God test and has yet to transform all his powers. His skills are very common, so he is not much stronger than the invincible universe masters. But still, he is more powerful than us, and yet you managed to kill him. Lin Dong's eyes were wide open, staring at him in amazement. I had some chances to gain a stronger power than the ordinary universe masters, so my skills are better than his. With a bit of luck, I managed to kill him. Jian Wushuang answered. After hearing that, Lin Dong and Mou began looking at Jian Wushuang in a different way, especially Lin Dong. He had taken Jian Wushuang to be a weakling, since he knew that Jian Wushuang had just left his hometown and was a new arrival to this region. Even when Jian Wushuang managed to kill Universe Master Bei, who was a powerful, invincible universe master, he still thought that Jian Wushuang's power was only average. He regarded himself as more powerful than Jian Wushuang, who, however, had now killed a universe god. Despite that the elder was weaker than other universe gods, he was still a universe god. We have fleshed out all the enemies in the last city and killed young Master Gunan. Our mission is complete. It's time to go back. Jian Wushuang changed the topic with a smile. Yes, it's time to go back. We finally finished this boring task. Both Lin Dong and Mou had smiles on their faces. After wiping out all the remaining experts of Redwater Alliance in the city, the three divine generals led the 7th Army back to their camp. After their return, the three went to meet their commander, Jian Wushuang. Lin Dong suddenly called Jian Wushuang's name and said, "Many sergeants have witnessed our performance during the mission. Therefore, I have to report everything that has happened to the commander, including your killing of Universe Master Bei and that elder. You'd better be prepared in case the commander will question you about that." Understood, thanks. Jian Wushuang nodded. He also knew that it was impossible for him to keep the happenings during the mission a secret from Commander Man Yi. Soon, the three entered the palace and met with Commander Man Yi. Lin Dong simply reported everything that had happened during the mission to him. When he heard the report, the commander, who was sitting on a throne, looked toward Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, you killed a universe god by yourself. The commander ignored the fact that Jian Wushuang had also killed Universe Master Bei. Yes, I did. Jian Wushuang gave a slight nod. You two can leave now. The commander waved his hand at Lin Dong and Mou while giving the order. Yes. Lin Dong and Mou nodded respectfully at the commander. When they left, they could not help glancing at Jian Wushuang. Soon, there were only Jian Wushuang and the commander in the palace. The commander sat on the throne, towering above him like a brown bear, his eyes fixed intently on Jian Wushuang. As a universe god, even though that elder had not completely transformed his power into divine power, a universe master would still not be his match. However, you managed to kill him. You really surprised me, Jian Wushuang. The commander praised him. Commander, I am... Jian Wushuang could barely finish his speech when the commander interrupted him. Don't tell me you were just lucky, the commander said while waving his hand. If with a bit of luck, a universe master can kill a universe god, all the universe gods in the Dayu region would have been killed a time long ago. There must be some reasons behind your killing him. But don't worry, everyone has their secrets. I won't dig deeper into this matter. After all, the more powerful you are, the more it will benefit us. Jian Wushuang was speechless. For my next question, you must answer me truthfully, the commander suddenly continued. Of course I will, Jian Wushuang replied humbly. Since you have killed a universe god who has just passed the god test, you should be as powerful as the normal universe gods in the first heaven. If I tell you to go and battle a real universe god in that realm, are you confident enough to defeat him? The commander asked. Battle a universe god in the first heaven. Jian Wushuang frowned and asked, "There are several kinds of universe gods. What kind of universe gods are you referring to, Commander?" "An elementary one in the first heaven," the commander answered casually. "Yes, I am," Jian Wushuang replied. "You're so confident." The commander shot an amazed glance at Jian Wushuang before he continued. "What if it is an advanced universe god in the first heaven?" "I can give it a try," Jian Wushuang answered. "Haha, that's great." The commander laughed and said, "Jian Wushuang, I asked you this because I need a universe god to deal with an urgent matter for me now. Are you referring to that matter, Commander?" Jian Wushuang furrowed his eyebrows. "Yes." The commander nodded and started to explain. "The thing is that on the vast Nine-Star Sea, our frontier area, there are always battles between us and the Golden Sun sect, Holy Prefecture, and other forces. For benefits. Not long ago, we, together with the Xiu Kingdom, found an island on the Nine-Star Sea, with a leopard print gem mine was buried in it. We fought fiercely for it. At last, we won the battle and took over the island. Although the island is under our control now, Xiu Kingdom will not give up trying to seize it back. Therefore, Universe God Qianluan sent me a message to place another person to guard the island with her, until all the gems are extracted. So, is that what the matter is all about?" Jian Wushuang finally confirmed what the matter was about. He knew that the Xiu Kingdom was as powerful as what Redwater Alliance used to be. With Holy Prefecture support, the kingdom was not afraid of offending Scarlet Island. Universe God Qian Luan wants someone there to help her, but the other universe gods on the Nine-Star Sea have their own affairs to attend to, and it will be too late if I dispatch a universe god there from our headquarters. Before considering sending you there, I had planned to send the first divine general there. Although he would not be a match for a universe god, he can defeat some of the weaker ones. Now, it seems that you are obviously more suited for this mission than he, the commander stated. Chapter 1267, The First Divine General. Chapter 1267, The First Divine General. This is the island where Universe God Qianluan is at now. We call it Leopard Print Island. Go prepare yourself and set off as soon as possible, said the commander. Understood, Commander, Jian Wushuang replied. Then he left quickly. Seeing Jian Wushuang walking out, Lin Dong and Mou, who had been waiting outside, immediately came up to him. How did it go, Jian Wushuang? What did the commander say? Lin Dong asked Jian Wushuang. The commander just asked me a few questions, and he gave me another mission, which requires me to set off as soon as possible. Jian Wushuang chatted with Lin Dong and Mou while walking. Another mission? Both Lin Dong and Mou had odd expressions on their faces. The former spoke in a pitying tone. I plan to hold a welcoming feast for you, for joining us, and also to celebrate our completed mission. But now, it seems you are going to leave us soon. We can hold it sometime later. Jian Wushuang smiled. The three men continued chatting for a while in the camp before Jian Wushuang set off to Leopard Print Island. He did not have to make any preparations, but just as he was ready to leave, Wang, an overbearing force oppressed him, followed by a figure that approached him speedily from a distance. Soon the figure appeared in front of the trio. Who is it? Jian Wushuang looked at the newcomer with a frown. It's him. Lin Dong and Mou both looked surprised. The newcomer wore a green robe, had a thin mustache and a swarthy complexion. He had a savage look about him. After he appeared, he glanced at the three, and finally, his eyes landed on Jian Wushuang. Are you the seventh divine general, Jian Wushuang? His loud voice resounded throughout the camp, and an uproar broke out immediately. Whoosh! 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 Soldiers rushed toward the three from all directions after hearing the commotion, including some sergeants and divine generals. It is him, Hong Shou, the first divine general. He looks very angry. Who provoked him? The sergeant started talking about the man in extremely low tones. Jian Wushuang. He is the first divine general, Hong Shou, the strongest among all the divine generals. He is very narrow-minded and overbearing. Lin Dong lowered his voice when he whispered to Jian Wushuang, the first divine general. Jian Wushuang frowned and took a step forward, asking, "Yes, I'm Jian Wushuang. Why are you looking for me?" Jian Wushuang looked quite calm, as if he did not take this powerful divine general seriously at all. Jian Wushuang. Hong Shou stared at Jian Wushuang coldly. Hong Shou, Jian Wushuang has just received a mission from the commander and is about to set off. At this point, what is your business in looking for him? Lin Dong chimed in with a frown. Shut up! Hong Shou shouted fiercely at him, giving out a sense of killing intent. Hong Shou. Lin Dong's face suddenly darkened. Although he was a bit weaker than Hong Shou, he was the second divine general and in the same position as Hong Shou in the army. Therefore, he was annoyed at being shouted at in front of so many soldiers. Just received a mission from the commander. Hump, that mission should have been mine. Hong Shou roared. What? The surrounding sergeants were surprised to hear that, and all looked toward Jian Wushuang. With eyes fixed on Jian Wushuang, Hong Shou shouted again, "If you want to take charge of that mission, just take it, I don't care. But the commander told me that he turned the mission to you because you're stronger than me and he has more confidence in you." Hump, I can't accept that excuse. Upon hearing this, all the sergeants present immediately understood what the whole thing was about. I can finally understand what they are talking about. No wonder the first divine general is so angry. It turns out that the commander thinks Jian Wushuang is stronger than him. The first divine general is full of pride. No wonder he is so angry about the commander's comment. Jian Wushuang was confused for a moment after hearing Hong Shou's words, but he quickly understood the situation. The commander has deliberately enraged Hong Shou by saying that. He thought to himself, he was sure the commander must be watching them from somewhere at this moment. He wants to test my power through Hong Shou. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang smiled faintly before looking up and said, "The first divine general, did you come here to challenge me?" "Of course." Hong Shou nodded intently. "The first divine general post of our island has always been served by the strongest universe master among us. If you win, you can take my place to be the first divine general. But if you lose, Hump, you can still carry on with that mission, only that you should be more humble after that. Okay, now make your move." Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, still looking very undisturbed. Hong Shou is asking for trouble. Hump, Hong Shou has never respected other divine generals. Now, since he dared to provoke Jian Wushuang, we will wait and watch him get into trouble. His time as the first divine general has come to an end. Lin Dong and Mou, who stood next to Jian Wushuang, secretly laughed at this. Hong Shou was very unpopular on Scarlet Island and was not on good terms with the other divine generals, who had detested his supercilious manner for a long time. Now, seeing that he would be in trouble, Lin Dong and Mo Yoshin gloated over it. The two of them had witnessed Jian Wushuang's power in Redwater City. In their view, Hong Shou was no match for Jian Wushuang. Hong Shou had no idea about their thoughts. He only knew that Jian Wushuang had accepted his challenge. With a sneer, he held a cyan saber in his hand. "Jian Wushuang, I don't want to bully you, so I will let you attack first." Hong Shou stood in a commanding manner, saber in hand. Seeing that, Jian Wushuang forced a smile and shook his head secretly. "If so, then you should be careful." Jian Wushuang did not want to waste his time on Hong Shou. He took out his Blood Mountain sword and struck first. With that move, a dazzling sword light flashed to Hong Shou through the void. When it was about to strike Hong Shou, Jian Wushuang's eyes sparkled, as if he had only exerted about 30% of his powers. Chapter 1268. The Leopard Print Island. Chapter 1268. The Leopard Print Island. By using only 10% of his power, it had been enough to match the strength of Universe Master Bei. Now, using only 30% of his power, it was beyond what the invincible Universe Masters could withstand. Moreover, the swordsmanship he displayed was extremely skillful. Hong Shou defended himself with his saber at once. However, after it collided with Jian Wushuang's sword, his saber almost bent under the force. The power behind the strike immediately fell on Hong Shou. Boom! Hong Shou was sent flying from the impact of the collision. The impact was so great that he knocked down some barracks and palaces before regaining his balance. After the strike, under everyone's stunned eyes, Jian Wushuang sheathed his sword and bowed in a certain direction. After that, he headed off to Leopard Print Island. There was dead silence in the barracks. The sergeants were still in shock long after Jian Wushuang had departed. After a long while, an uproar broke out in the barracks again. This Jian Wushuang. Lin Dong's and Mo.Yu's eyes flickered. I told you the death of that Universe God of Redwater Alliance was not as simple as what Jian Wushuang had explained. I'm right. His power is unfathomable. Lin Dong said in a low voice. Hong Shou is able to withstand several blows, even with a Universe God. How could he be defeated by a single blow from Jian Wushuang? Mo.Yu was full of disbelief. They were so amazed by Jian Wushuang's power despite having seen it in action before. Those who did not know that were even more amazed. The news that Jian Wushuang had defeated Hong Shou spread through the barracks like wildfire. Hong Shou was too ashamed to show his face. In the void above the barracks, where Jian Wushuang had bowed to before he left, stood a man who resembled a towering brown bear. The man was no other than Commander Man-Yi. Jian Wushuang is really an interesting character, the commander thought with a smile. He figured out my intention of testing his power through Hong Shou, so he defeated Hong Shou with a quick strike. He wanted me to see that. Besides, before he left, he bowed toward the direction where I stood, as if he knew I was here all this while watching them. I thought I've hidden myself well. Given all this, he is really a genius of wisdom, as talented as the Universe God Qingyang of the Holy Prefecture. I should observe him secretly first. When he comes back from Leopard Print Island, I will tell the Lord my findings regarding him. Leopard Print Island was so far away from Scarlet Island that it took Jian Wushuang 5 days to get there, even when he was traveling at full speed. The moment he arrived on the island, he was surrounded by the auras of the cultivators. Who is there? A patrol of cultivators spotted Jian Wushuang and immediately rushed to surround him. As soon as they approached him, they immediately sensed the aura of Jian Wushuang's token. Divine General. The cultivators saluted Jian Wushuang respectfully. I'm here under the commander's order. Is Universe God Qian Luan on the island? Jian Wushuang asked them. Yes, the leader of the patrol answered respectfully. Great, take me to her immediately. Jian Wushuang ordered. Yes, sir. The sergeants led Jian Wushuang deep into the island. It did not take them long to arrive at an exquisite pavilion. Entering it, Jian Wushuang saw Universe God Qianluan. The Universe God was a beautiful and graceful lady, dressed in a green robe. From the information Jian Wushuang had gathered about her, she was an advanced Universe God in the first heaven. Universe God Qianluan. Jian Wushuang saluted her respectfully. You are Jian Wushuang, the person who has just joined our Scarlet Island. Universe God Qianluan looked at Jian Wushuang and had a worried expression on her face. I asked the commander to send a Universe God here, but here you are a divine general. From her look, others could tell that she was not happy about Jian Wushuang's status. The commander said that the other universe gods on 9-Star Sea were busy with their own business and can't leave their positions, and it would be too late if he assigned someone here from the headquarters. Therefore, he ordered me to come here. Jian Wushuang explained to her, "It doesn't help much to have you here. You're just a universe master." Universe God Qian Wan waved her hands. Upon hearing that, Jian Wushuang responded with a wry smile. "Don't worry. The commander must have known about your situation when he made the decision, but still he sent me here. He thinks I can help you. You will be able to help me?" Universe God Qian Wan glanced at Jian Wushuang and said with a smile, "Answer my question. What do you think about your skills when compared with the first divine General Hong Shou?" "Compared with Hong Shou?" Jian Wushuang was surprised by the question, but he answered without hesitation, "I am stronger than him." "Stronger than him?" Universe God Qian Wan was amazed. "Are you sure about that?" "Of course I am, because before I left the island, I defeated him in a fight." Jian Wushuang replied. "He only said that he defeated Hong Shou, without mentioning that it was through a single strike." "Oh." Universe God Qian Wan raised her eyebrows and her eyes lit up. She was well aware about Hong Shou's power. That man was powerful enough to battle the weaker ones among the universe gods in the first heaven. If what Jian Wushuang said was true, that he was more powerful than Hong Shou, he could battle those universe gods as well. It seems that the commander did not lie to me. I know his difficulties, so I am really happy that he sent you here at such a crucial moment when we are in a fierce battle with the Golden Sun sect." Universe God Qian Wan showed a smile of understanding. "Jian Wushuang, I see you carry a sword with you. Are you a cultivator in sword principle?" Universe God Qian Wan suddenly asked. "Yes." Jian Wushuang nodded. "What a coincidence." Universe God Qian Wan continued with a smile. 2 days ago, we made a new discovery in the leopard print gem mine. It may be helpful to you." "What's the discovery?" Jian Wushuang was excited. "Come with me." Universe God Qian Wan stood up from her seat and led Jian Wushuang towards the core place of the leopard print gem mine on the island. Jian Wushuang followed her curiously. Chapter 1269 A Secret Chamber. Chapter 1269 A Secret Chamber. Though it was an island, Leopard Print Island was very vast and was no smaller than the cities in the Dayu region. It had a lot of leopard print gems buried in its grounds. After Scarlet Island took over it, many cultivators started mining for the gems in it. Following Universe God Qianwan, Jian Wushuang moved slowly toward the core place. Along the way, he could see many people mining. The leopard print gem is widely used in refining weapons, setting formations, and it can also help cultivators comprehend. Therefore, it's more valuable than many other gems in the eternal chaotic world. I can't imagine how much such a large area of leopard print gem mine under this ground is worth. No wonder Scarlet Island and Xiu Kingdom have fought aggressively for it. Jian Wushuang gasped in admiration. Universe God Qianwan, who was leading the way, suddenly paused in her steps. "We are here," she turned back and said to Jian Wushuang in a hushed tone. "Wow." Jian Wushuang immediately looked ahead and his eyes narrowed. "This is a secret chamber." He was surprised. At that moment, they were in the depths of the leopard print gem mine. However, there was a large secret chamber in front of them. "Let us go in." Universe God Qianwan led Jian Wushuang into the chamber. The chamber was empty, except for a piece of cyan stone in its center. It looks like a formation has been set up in this chamber. Jian Wushuang looked around, and he could feel that doing one's cultivation in this room would be much more efficient than on the outside. "You're right. There is a formation which has been set up based on the leopard print gems. in order to improve the efficiency in cultivating, Universe God Qianluan said to Jian Wushuang. Well, it's true that with the help of the formation and the gems, cultivating here will be more efficient than cultivating outside. This, however, would not make the chamber so rare that any universe god can achieve that through setting up some better formations, Jian Wushuang said. You're right. The most precious thing in this room is not the formation or the room itself, but that cyan stone. Take a closer look at it, Jian Wushuang, she said. The stone! Jian Wushuang immediately took a closer look at the cyan stone in front of him, and he noticed that there were 2 large words etched on it. The words had been engraved deep into the stone with some sharp tools, probably with a sword. Yanjiu. Jian Wushuang stared at the 2 words. Is that a person's name? Jian Wushuang asked, seemingly confused. Yes, it's a name. Universe God Qianluan nodded and continued. This name may sound quite strange to you, a new arrival from your hometown. But for those cultivators who have spent millions or even tens of millions of years in Dayu region, this name has a special meaning. Yanjiu was a formidable universe god who rose in fame in our region 7 million years ago. His swordsmanship was extremely brilliant. At the same time, he was the only person who had dared to threaten Dayu Palace during the past years. Jian Wushuang was stunned when he heard that. Threaten Dayu Palace. The palace was the local tyrant of the Dayu region. No matter how fiercely Scarlet Island, the Golden Sun sect, and the Holy Prefecture fought with each other, none of them dared to provoke the Dayu Palace. The palace was a force of real supremacy. The master of the palace was the only universe god in the 3rd heaven in the Dayu region, who was recognized even by the Snow Kingdom. However, 7 million years ago, Yanjiu threatened Dayu Palace and even threatened its master. 7 million years ago, Yanjiu fought with the master of Dayu Palace and it ended in a draw. At that time, he was just in the 2nd heaven. Universe God Qianluan continued. What? A universe god in the 2nd heaven was evenly matched to a god in the 3rd heaven. Jian Wushuang became even more stunned. After all, there was a big difference between 2 levels of the universe god, let alone between the 2 realms. Even Jian Wushuang, as an inverse cultivator, had no confidence in breaking into the 3rd heaven from the 2nd heaven, although Yanjiu made it. Yanjiu was really strong at that time. After his battle with the master of Dayu Palace, everyone assumed that when he reached the 3rd heaven, he would replace the master and become the number 1 expert in the Dayu region. However, after the battle, he disappeared. Some people said that he had left the region, while others said that he died after the 3rd god test. Since then, there has been no news of him. He has, therefore, become a legend in the Dayu region. But just 2 days ago, when we were exploring this mine, we discovered this secret chamber. It is obviously related to Yanjiu. He might have set up the formation and practiced here for some time, Universe God Qianluan said to Jian Wushuang. I agree. Jian Wushuang nodded. Judging from the words on the stone, he could tell it had been left by some experts of sword principle. It probably was Yanjiu. Jian Wushuang, you are good at sword principle as well. You must know what these 2 words mean, right? Universe God Qianluan continued. Yes, I do. Jian Wushuang smiled, and there was a sparkle in his eyes. By observing how the 2 words Yanjiu were engraved, he discovered an extremely powerful and terrifying skill hidden behind them. Though it was just a single move, for those cultivators of sword principle, it meant a great opportunity. Although I can't fully learn the skill of this move left by Yanjiu, I can observe its essence. It will be helpful for my own swordsmanship. As I see it, this skill is aimed at speed. Based on this, I may create a skill of high speed. Jian Wushuang thought to himself, Jian Wushuang, I'll leave this secret chamber to you. You can meditate in it before the experts of Xiu Kingdom invade the island. By then, I hope that you have improved your power and can give us more support in fighting against them. Universe God Qian Wan told Jian Wushuang her wish. I understand, Jian Wushuang nodded. Chapter 1270, Chant of Disturbance. Chapter 1270, Chant of Disturbance. After Universe God Qian Wan departed, Jian Wushuang was the only one left in the chamber. He sat down directly with his legs crossed, released his soul power, and started meditating on the skill hidden behind the words. Yanjiu. Though he did not know the concept of the skills yet, he felt he could gain a lot from its essence. This skill is obviously powerful, but why do I get this feeling that it is also very swift? Jian Wushuang closed his eyes and devoted himself to the meditation of the sword skills. At the same time, he also tried to figure out the shortcomings of his own swordsmanship. Time went by. On an uninhabited island, not far from Leopard Print Island, there was a gathering of many cultivators. There were 2 men there who were clearly the leaders. The duo's roaring auras showed that they were universe gods. Standing side by side, they looked at the void in front of them, obviously waiting for something. Before long, a black figure appeared in the distance. Here he comes. One of the leaders was a man over 2 meters tall and wearing a body armor. He grinned when he saw the black figure. Beside him was a good-looking young man whose face looked pale. The young man's eyes sparkled as well when he saw the figure. Whoosh! The figure, dressed in a black robe, appeared on the island where the 2 were waiting. Mr. Zhuge. The 2 men saluted the newcomer. Your presence is very welcome here. An old voice came forth from the black robe. This time I came to help you under my master's order, but he also told me that I'd better not have a hand in your affairs unless it's necessary. It is best for our holy prefecture to stay out of the raging battle between Scarlet Island and Golden Sun sect now. We understand, Mr. Zhuge. The young man answered with a smile. Before you arrived, I've confirmed that there is only one universe god named Qianwan on Leopard Print Island. She is in the first heaven, and I can hold off her on my own. With the 2 of us here, we can certainly take over the island. The reason why we asked you for help was just to be a backup. After all, such a large leopard print gem mine must be really worth a lot. So much the better. The black-robed man nodded. It seems that Scarlet Island hasn't gained any advantage over Golden Sun sect yet. Otherwise, they would have more than one universe god to guard the island. When do you guys plan to start your action? We're ready, Mr. Zhuge. Since you are here, let's go now, the young man replied. Great. The black-robed man nodded slightly. Immediately, the experts from Xiu State headed to Leopard Print Island, with the tall man in armor and the young man leading the way. As for Mr. Zhuge, he set off with them, but kept his presence hidden. Boom! As soon as the army of Xiu State arrived on the Leopard Print Island, their aura immediately oppressed the whole place. Jian Wushuang was still in the secret chamber in the core place of Leopard Print Gem Mine. Whoa! A cold sword light flashed in the room like a meteor. It seemed to have a sword chant in it. This quickly died away. Jian Wushuang stood with the Blood Mountain sword in his hand, with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He stared at the 2 words in the cyan stone. Yanjiu, I want to thank you. You might not have left those words here on purpose, but it still inspired me a lot. I have meditated on it for 10 days in this room. Using that and the spell of disturbance, I have created a new skill. Jian Wushuang murmured joyfully. Before he entered the room, he had only created 2 unique skills for himself, Dawn Light and Nirvana. Now, based on spell of disturbance, he created the 3rd one. This new skill was aimed at improving his attacking speed and was a perfect combination of speed and soul attack. It was a real killing move. The difference was that the spell of disturbance was able to display dozens of moves or even hundreds of moves without pausing. There was a soul attack behind each of the moves. Even though there was only one move in the new skill, the soul attack behind it was much more powerful. The new skill could exert the power of the soul attack to the fullest. What should I name this skill? Since it's created based on Spell of Disturbance, and there is a chant of the sword in it, let me call it Chant of Disturbance then. Jian Wushuang smiled as he named his new skill. His third unique skill, Chant of Disturbance, was thus created, following the previous two moves, the Stroke of Dawn and Nirvana. Like the two previous skills, the new skill was also of a high level. At this level, Nirvana was powerful in attacking, while Chant of Disturbance was very strange and fast. Although this new skill would not increase Jian Wushuang's overall power, it could help him have a better chance to defeat his opponents in a fight. Right then, boom! He felt a strong aura overwhelming the entire island. What's that? Jian Wushuang immediately looked up. Jian Wushuang, come out quickly. The experts of Xiao Kingdom have arrived. Universe God Qian Luan summoned Jian Wushuang urgently. They have arrived? Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up and his heart was filled with anticipation. I have set foot on the eternal chaotic world for so long, but I have never had the chance to go all out to fight. Now, the experts of Xiao State have come. I hope I can go all out and make good use of my skills. Jian Wushuang immediately rushed out of the secret chamber to the void above Leopard Print Island. The arrival of the experts of Xiao State caused a great commotion on the whole island. A large number of universe masters and holy masters who were guarding the island reached its edge. Outside the island, there were also a large number of experts gathered. Are all these experts from Xiao Kingdom? Jian Wushuang stood in the void, staring at the crowds gathered nearby. The number of universe masters and holy masters present from Xiao State were no larger than that on Leopard Print Island. There were two towering figures with unusually strong auras, standing in front of the crowd. Obviously, these two were universe gods. However, there was only one universe god on Scarlet Island side. In view of this, Scarlet Island seemed to be the weaker opponent. Chapter 1271. The Arrival of the Enemies. Chapter 1271. The Arrival of the Enemies. Universe God Qianluan. Jian Wushuang came up to her. Jian Wushuang, you finally came out. Have you gained anything in the secret chamber? Asked Universe God Qianluan. Yes, quite a lot. Jian Wushuang gave a slight nod. Great. As you can see, we're in big trouble now. Universe God Qianluan's beautiful eyebrows were furrowed with worry. I knew that Xiao Kingdom would not give up trying to seize this island. Among the two universe gods present from Xiao State, one is Universe God Lei Ming in the elementary First Heaven. The other one is Universe God Wu in the advanced First Heaven. The latter's power is on par with mine. I'll handle him, and Universe God Lei Ming will be left to you. Universe God Lei Ming? Jian Wushuang glanced at the tall man standing in the distance and nodded, saying, Okay, leave him to me. Universe God Qianluan cast an expectant look at Jian Wushuang before she stepped out to face the experts of Xiao State. Universe God Qianluan, how have you been since we last met? The young man, Universe God Wu, looked at Universe God Qianluan coldly. He did not bother to acknowledge Jian Wushuang, who was just a universe master, standing beside her. Universe God Wu, Universe God Lei Ming, why are you here today? Universe God Qianluan asked. Why are we here today? You know there is no need to ask this question, right? We are here to take back Leopard Print Gem Mine, which rightfully belongs to us. Universe God Wu answered in a cold voice. Universe God Qianluan, if you are not a fool, lead your people out the island immediately and we can still maintain a good relationship. Otherwise what? You will invade this island. Universe God Qian Luan's eyes hardened, and in a loud voice she continued, Universe God Wu, think again. Everyone who has tried to occupy our territory has paid their price. Red Water Alliance, which was destroyed by us, is the best example. Now, do you want to make the same mistake? On hearing this, Universe God Wu smiled coldly before replying, Universe God Qianluan, stop trying to frighten us. We are not as stupid as Red Water Alliance to let you destroy our headquarters. Our headquarters is in the Holy Prefecture. If you dare come over and fight with us. Universe God Wu's words were spoken recklessly. With the Holy Prefecture support, Xiu State had no fears that Scarlet Island would wipe them out, as what they had done to Red Water Alliance. Universe God Qian Luan's face hardened. If so, there is nothing more to say. Let's fight. I'd love to see how you will take over this island with only yourself and Lei Ming. Haha, I can do that by myself. Universe God Wu sneered and waved his hand at the people standing behind him. Men, kill them all. As his voice fell, boom! Powerful auras rose everywhere, accompanied by bursts of loud shouts. Led by Universe God Wu and Universe God Lei Ming, the Holy Masters and Universe Masters of Xiu State swarmed into Leopard Print Island. Although there was a formation protecting the island, Jian Wushuang's side could not rely on it to block off the invaders. The experts from the two sides engaged in a fierce battle in no time. Jian Wushuang, as we agreed before, you will handle Universe God Lei Ming. Remember, try your best to hold him off, and when you can't hold on anymore, just flee. Don't get yourself killed. After saying this, Universe God Qian Luan charged at her opponent. Try my best to hold him off? Don't get myself killed. Jian Wushuang had a strange look on his face after hearing her words. After casting a cold eye at Universe God Lei Ming, who had a ferocious aura about him, he charged at him. Haha, go to hell. With bloodshot eyes and a contorted face, Universe God Lei Ming's laughter resounded round the whole place. He had a huge axe in each hand, and there was enormous power behind every move when he struck out. No one from Scarlet Island could survive a single strike from him. He was like a tiger in a flock, slaughtering at will. When Jian Wushuang reached him, he just shot a glance at him, not taking him seriously at all. He could sense that Jian Wushuang was only a universe master. Even if Jian Wushuang was an invincible universe master, in Universe God Lei Ming's eyes, he was nothing more than an ant. Go to hell. Universe God Lei Ming snorted, and he struck at Jian Wushuang with the axe in his left hand. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes at the strike. The Blood Mountain sword quivered excitedly in his hands. He then struck out as well. As he swung the sword, Jian Wushuang exerted all his power behind the move. Clang! The sword's shadow pierced through the void and clashed with the axe. There was a sound of metal on metal. When the sound stopped, a horrible power was released immediately. Universe God Lei Ming did not take Jian Wushuang seriously at all until this moment, when he felt Jian Wushuang's power through his axe. He is a universe god. Universe God Lei Ming's eyes narrowed, and he immediately looked at Jian Wushuang. The collision had numbed his arm, and his axe almost slipped out of his hand. He thought this type of power should have come from a universe god. However, Jian Wushuang was only a universe master, which was a surprise to him. Kid, who are you? Universe God Lei Ming gazed at Jian Wushuang and shouted, You don't need to know my name. What you need to know is that as long as I'm here, you can no longer kill anyone on Scarlet Island. Jian Wushuang replied with a smile. I can no longer kill anyone on Scarlet Island. Ridiculous. Universe God Lei Ming's eyes sparkled. I'll kill you, a weak universe master, first. As he spoke, a terrifying killing intent immediately swept out from him. His big body, seemed to grow even stronger when he displayed a secret skill. His bloodshot eyes became even more vivid. God-killing shift. The 7-axe moves of Juyu. The roar thundered throughout the place, and the power behind it was earth-shattering. Watched by horrified eyes, Universe God Lei Ming rushed forward with his 2 axes, striking out quickly. For a time there was dead silence. On the other side, Universe God Qian Wan was busy fighting with Universe God Wu, but almost at the same time, both of them felt a horrible power rising forth. Chapter 1272, Thunder Defeating Sound. Chapter 1272, Thunder Defeating Sound. It's Lei Ming. He is displaying the God-killing shift as well as his best skill. 7-axe moves of Juyu. Universe God Wu frowned. Universe God Qian Wan is busy fighting with me. Who else can force him to display that move among all the experts present at Scarlet Island? Who else could it be? With this thought, his eyes widened as he looked toward Universe God Lei Ming and finally noticed Jian Wushuang standing there. Is that him? But he is only a Universe Master. Universe God Wu was extremely amazed. Was that Universe Master the one who managed to force Universe God Lei Ming to display his best moves? Universe God Qian Wan's expression changed when she saw Lei Ming's move. Damn! Lei Ming is using his best move to kill Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, get away from him! Universe God Qian Wan sent a warning to Jian Wushuang instantly. On the battlefield, when Jian Wushuang saw Universe God Lei Ming's aura rising sharply toward him, there was a glint in his eyes. Boom! Universe God Lei Ming and Jian Wushuang collided into each other. The former struck out with his 2 big axes, displaying his best move, 7-axe moves of Jiu. There were a total of 7 strikes in the move, each move more powerful than the former. The key point of the move was to continuously add on to the power. Although this move was just at the elementary first level, its effect was as powerful as that of an advanced first level. Facing this move, Jian Wushuang brandished his blood mountain sword to defend himself while drawing back. Boom! 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 After 7 consecutive collisions, Universe God Lei Ming finally stopped his attack. At that moment, in front of the void that had burst, Jian Wushuang stood with his sword in hand. He looked at his sleeve opening, shook off the dust on it, and looked up at Universe God Lei Ming with a smile. The move you just executed is not bad. Jian Wushuang's voice echoed throughout the place. The people around were stunned. Jian Wushuang had somehow managed to take on Lei Ming's best moves and emerge unharmed. Universe God Wu's eyes were wide open in disbelief. He knew very well the power behind his 7-axe moves of Jiu. Even as an advanced Universe God in the first heaven, he had to execute the moves cautiously. Jian Wushuang, a mere Universe Master, easily held off the moves. Jian Wushuang, Universe God Qian Wan, was as astonished as the others. She had just told Jian Wushuang to back off. She now knew why the commander had sent Jian Wushuang to help her. She also knew why Jian Wushuang was so confident in battling a Universe God. Watched by dozens of shocked eyes, Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold. I've withstood your best move. Now, it's time for you to take my move. Jian Wushuang murmured and lifted up his blood mountain sword. Nirvana! As his voice rang out, a dazzling sword light full of hope and vitality suddenly rose in the air. After reaching a certain height, it went straight to Universe God Lei Ming without meeting any obstacles. Seeing that, Universe God Lei Ming narrowed his eyes and hurriedly struck out again with his axes, though he was extremely shocked. Clang! The axe in his right hand was knocked away. The remaining power of the sword light kept flying toward his throat. He quickly put the axe in his left hand across his chest to defend himself. Boom! The sword light met with the axe, and universe god Lei Ming was sent flying by the impact of the force. Using the force, he quickly set a distance between Jian Wushuang and himself. After regaining his balance, he stood far away, giving Jian Wushuang a horrified look. This kid almost killed me. Universe god Lei Ming was deeply shaken. Is he really just a universe master? On the island, the experts on both sides who had witnessed the scene were all shocked. Bravo! Universe god Qian Wan let out a cry of excitement, not caring about her status as a universe god. Bastard! Universe god Wu looked grave. Where did this universe master come from? How could he be so strong? We're in big trouble. Universe god Wu had witnessed everything on the battlefield. The number of universe masters and holy masters on the two sides was almost the same. The only advantage Xiao State had was that they had one more universe god. Universe god Wu had also intended to battle universe god Qian Wan himself and let universe god Lei Min invade the island to kill the rest of their enemies. If there was no one who could stop a universe god from killing, the universe masters and holy masters of Scarlet Island would be driven wild and killed off very soon. However, he never thought that there was someone that could hold off universe god Lei Ming and even defeat him. Therefore, his plan turned out to be unsuccessful. Moreover, Jian Wushuang managed to break into their side and killed most of his people. We can't let it go on like this, mister. Zhuge, stop him. Universe god Wu immediately sent out a message. In fact, there was no need for universe god Wu to send the message. Mr. Zhuge, who was still in hiding, was already itching to strike as he could not suppress his fighting instincts anymore. Boom! A black figure with an aura more powerful than that of universe god Lei Ming, universe god Wu, and even universe god Qianluan appeared in the void and landed on the battlefield in an instant. The moment the figure arrived, his aura immediately engulfed the surroundings. The universe masters and holy masters who were around the area felt a chill in the hearts. All of them stopped their moves and looked toward the black figure. The battle paused because of the newcomer. When universe god Qian Wan noticed the arrival of the black figure, her expression suddenly changed. The figure ignored all the shocked eyes and raised his head, revealing a pale old face. The most striking thing on his face was his eyes. They were a strange green color, terrifying and chilling. At that moment, the eyes were fixed Jian Wushuang. Kid, how dare you? The roar came forth from the black-robed man's mouth, echoing around the place. Chapter 1273, Mr. Zhuge. Chapter 1273, Mr. Zhuge. Kid, how dare you? The black-robed man's angry voice echoed throughout the battlefield and stunned everyone there. They could not help thinking, Jian Wushuang has defeated universe god Lei Ming because of his power. What has that got to do with courage? However, when Jian Wushuang heard the man's words, he narrowed his eyes. Mr. Zhuge. Universe god Wu and universe god Lei Ming came up to the black-robed man. Lei Ming, you're a universe god, yet you have lost to a universe master? Universe god Wu said in a low voice. I didn't know that the kid is so strong, even if he is just a universe master. Universe god Lei Ming looked frustrated. For him, losing to a universe master would definitely be a lifelong disgrace. Jian Wushuang, universe god Qian Wan came over to Jian Wushuang and praised him, saying, I looked down on you before because I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You are giving me too much credit, universe god Qianluan. Jian Wushuang replied in a humble tone. Let's talk about it later. Universe god Qian Wan looked ahead and her eyes became cold. Zhuge Qiu, Today, does your holy prefecture want to interfere in our matters as well? Zhuge Qiu. Jian Wushuang quickly recalled the name in his mind. Zhuge Qiu was an expert from Holy Prefecture and was extremely powerful among the universe gods in the first heaven. He was near the top of his level and was even more powerful than universe god Qianluan and universe god Wu. I have no interest in the battle between you and Xiu State, the black-robed elder Zhuge Qiu replied directly. Mr. Zhuge? Universe god Wu and universe god Lei Ming were taken aback by his words. Zhuge Qiu had come here in order to help them. What did he mean when he said that he was not interested in their affairs? Hump! Although I'm not willing to intervene in this matter, there is a person that I must take away today, Zhuge Qiu continued. Take one person away? Who is that person? Universe god Qianluan asked. Him. Zhuge Qiu pointed at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and suddenly he understood. He is our 7th divine general. Why do you want to take him away? He is our 7th divine general. Why do you want to take him away? Universe god Qianluan shouted. Why? Because he killed one of the core disciples of Holy Prefecture. Zhuge Qiu's voice was cold. What? Universe god Qianluan was amazed. The other cultivators, including universe god Wu and universe god Lei Ming, were stunned as well. Zhuge Qiu stared at Jian Wushuang closely and asked, Kid, you're Jian Wushuang, right? You should know why I want to take you away. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Great. Zhuge Qiu continued, speaking coldly. We have in total about 20 core disciples in our prefecture, and each of them is well trained with a talent in refining elixirs, weapons, or making formations. They are all extremely rare geniuses. These core disciples have also cultivated a unique secret skill. Once they are killed, their grievances will be attached to their murderers, and only the experts of our holy prefecture can sense that grievance. I can sense a dense grievance of our core disciple from you. You must have killed one of our core disciples not long ago. Am I right? Yes, right. Jian Wushuang replied with a smile. It seems that you are not worried about the consequences of killing our core disciple. Zhuge Qiu's face darkened. Since he is already dead, why should I worry? Jian Wushuang answered. You are really not bothered at all, are you? Zhuge Qiu's voice became icy, and he turned to Universe god Qianluan. Universe god Qianluan, you have heard this boy admitting his crime, so it's reasonable if I take him to the Holy Prefecture, isn't it? This Universe god Qianluan frowned before continuing. No matter what Jian Wushuang has done before, he is now the 7th divine general of our Scarlet Island. You can take him away after getting our permission. I will report this matter to our lord, and with his consent, you can then take Jian Wushuang away. So, I have to receive permission from your lord first. Zhuge Qiu sneered and continued, Sorry, I can't wait for your lord to arrive here to give his permission. I'm going to take this kid away now. If you dare, you can try to stop me. Universe god Qianluan's face darkened at his words. Right then, Jian Wushuang chimed in with a mocking tone. Zhuge Qiu, shouldn't you ask me whether I'd like to go with you first? Ask you first. Zhuge Qiu looked toward Jian Wushuang again. Yes, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. You speak as if you could take me anywhere you want. I don't think that's true. Zhuge Qiu, I am here, and I really want to see how will you take me away today. Everyone around was stunned when they heard this. They could tell that Jian Wushuang was trying to challenge Zhuge Qiu. How dare he provoke Mr. Zhuge? He is courting his death. Universe god Wu looked at Jian Wushuang with pity in his eyes. Hump! Does he really think that he is invincible after beating me? Mr. Zhuge is near the peak of the first heaven, and Jian Wushuang is just a universe master. How dare he? Universe God Lei Ming also sneered. Upon hearing Jian Wushuang's words, Zhuge Qiu narrowed his eyes and a smile played around the corners of his mouth. The smile was as sharp as a blade. Swish! Without any warning, Zhuge Qiu made a direct move. He shot out and reached for Jian Wushuang, like a black flowing light before everyone could react. Then he punched Jian Wushuang. Boom! His power overwhelmed Jian Wushuang, who was flung aside and smashed into the ground, creating a huge pothole. The move was so sudden that it was some time before everyone realized what had happened. So fast! Too fast! Is Jian Wushuang dead? A sudden exclamation could be heard on Leopard Print Island. Zhuge Qiu! Universe God Qian Luan was enraged. Hump, that kid was courting death. He has no one to blame but himself. Zhuge Qiu flipped his sleeves, looking indifferent. But right then, boom! The ground of the island suddenly cracked, and a figure rose to the sky. It was none other than Jian Wushuang. His aura was still strong, and there were no injuries on his body. What? He is not injured at all. The people on the island were very surprised. Even Zhuge Qiu was a little amazed. Zhuge Qiu! Jian Wushuang's icy voice echoed all around, but there was no anger in him. Instead, surprise and excitement could be seen in his eyes. He felt as if his blood was boiling inside him. Ha! Great! Finally, you have come. Jian Wushuang laughed wildly. The other experts, including Zhuge Qiu and Universe God Qianluan, were stunned by Jian Wushuang's wild laughter. Jian Wushuang's eyes were full of excitement. He stared at Zhuge Qiu and said, "You are the first person that I'll be going all out to fight with after I entered the eternal chaotic world." Jian Wushuang's icy voice echoed all around, and his fingers danced on his blood mountain sword, which was quivering at that moment. His sword was already thirsty for blood. Chapter 1274, Go All Out. Chapter 1274, Go All Out. At that moment, Jian Wushuang gazed at Zhuge Qiu with sparkling eyes and a roaring battle intent. The experts on the island were all stunned at the scene unfolding before them. Is Jian Wushuang crazy? As a universe master, how could Jian Wushuang have such an overwhelming battle intent when facing an advanced universe god? He must be crazy. Jian Wushuang ignored all the watchful eyes and took out a gold gourd. He unsealed the gourd, and instantly a loud sound could be heard. Wong! Wong! Along with the sound, a sandstorm erupted and swept over the surroundings. In its midst were some aquamarine flames. The huge blaze, quicksand, covered the whole of Leopard Print Island in an instant. Everyone on the island was covered by it. What is this? Many people were amazed by this skill. Quicksand Realm, oppress! Jian Wushuang suddenly shouted. As his voice rang out, the huge quicksand immediately spread out. Boom! The blaze quicksand rushed toward Zhuge Qiu, like a cage about to trap him. Facing the oncoming force, Zhuge Qiu had nowhere to hide and could only face it. Zhuge Qiu's expression changed slightly as he was pressed downward. Is this a realm press? It's so powerful. Zhuge Qiu was a bit shocked. Though he was a universe god near the peak of the first heaven, at that moment, about 30% of his power had been suppressed under the realm. A good 30%. For a universe god, even 1/10 decrease in power meant a lot. Now, his power was weakened to the level of universe God Qianluan and universe God Wu. How could this kid get hold of such a powerful realm treasure? Zhuge Qiu looked at Wushuang with a trace of greed in his eyes. Daiyu region was different from Green Fire World. Green Fire World was home to many treasures, such as chaos magic treasures, However, in Dayu region, the realm treasures were very rare, especially a treasure like Blaze Quicksand Gourd, which many universe gods coveted. If I kill him, then that gourd will be mine. Zhuge thought and rubbed his hands in glee. At that moment, Jian Wushuang, who was operating the Blaze Quicksand Gourd, spotted the greed in Zhuge eyes and smiled. The next moment, kill! Jian Wushuang roared and charged at his opponent right under everyone's eyes. His battle intent kept rising. Obviously, his desire to fight against Zhuge was very strong. You're courting death. Zhuge was not angry and laughed instead. He dashed out as well. The battlefield immediately changed to the void. The Blood Mountain sword trembled slightly in Jian Wushuang's hands. At that moment, Jian Wushuang used all his power, including the power of Stage 2 of the Blood-Killing Plate armor. When he was fighting with Universe God Lei Ming, he had only used the power of the first level of the Blood-Killing Plate armor. Now, he used the power of the second level. He had exerted his powers to the extreme. There was also an oppression from the Blaze Quicksand. At this point, Jian Wushuang really did go all out. 3 waves. As Jian Wushuang swung his sword, there were 3 sword shadows striking out at the same time. With his killing intent shooting up to the sky, Zhuge drew close to Jian Wushuang and punched him with both hands. Bang! 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 3 deep crashing noises sounded one after another, and the explosive blast wave that followed forced the surrounding experts to draw back quickly in horror. At the center of the battlefield, after taking 3 strikes from Jian Wushuang, Zhuge had a cold glint in his eyes. Aning! Phew! A black lightning flashed in the air without making any sound, looking like a black snake. It flew toward Jian Wushuang at an amazingly fast speed. Piss off! Jian Wushuang shouted and brandished his sword. A sword shadow struck out and destroyed the lightning. Nirvana! Jian Wushuang then displayed a unique skill of an advanced level. An enormous power flowed to his sword, and a dazzling sword light flashed in the air as bright as the sun. With a sway of Zhuge body, a huge spectral image of an exotic beast appeared behind him. He then stretched out and punched Jian Wushuang. If his fist were to land on any normal universe god, that person would have been killed instantly. However, when the palm met Jian Wushuang's sword light, another loud sound could be heard. The power behind the sword burst forth. Humph! Zhuge let out a groan and could not help falling back. He shot a glance at his palm and felt a stinging pain where there was a red mark on it. Die! Jian Wushuang's voice resounded throughout the place as he slashed at Zhuge again. Kid, don't be so frivolous. Zhuge nerves twitched in his head. He was enraged, and right then, 2 more spectral images of exotic beasts appeared behind him. There were in total 3 spectral images of exotic beasts towering over the place. Zhuge looked grave, and as he went forward, the 3 exotic beasts roared together. In a moment, Jian Wushuang and Zhuge were once again engaged in a fierce battle. Boom! 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 Deafening sounds could be continuously heard as they fought on. The experts on the island from both sides widened their eyes at the sight before them. They were all dumbfounded. Even Universe God Qianluan, Universe God Wu, and Universe God Lei Ming could not help being astonished. Jian Wushuang, he is able to battle so well against Zhuge. Universe God Qianluan gasped in surprise. I thought he was powerful, but I never expected him to be that powerful. Universe God Lei Ming sighed and secretly felt better about his defeat. After all, he had lost to a man who was as powerful as Zhuge. I never thought that there was such a super genius in Scarlet Island. Universe God Wu gasped in admiration. fighting head-on. It was true that Jian Wushuang had gone all out in his battle with Zhuge Qiu. Chapter 1275, One More Move. Chapter 1275, One More Move. Boom! While Jian Wushuang and Zhuge Qiu were fiercely battling, the Blaze Quicksand Realm continued to oppress the entire place. The Blaze Quicksand Gourd was a valuable realm treasure, and with the breakthrough of his power, Jian Wushuang could make more use of the gourd in a fight. Even as powerful as Zhuge Qiu was, the Blaze Quicksand Realm still suppressed his power by a full 30%. Without that realm, Jian Wushuang would not have been able to fight against Zhuge Qiu for so long. Boom! After another loud sound, the two were finally separated. Haha, I feel good. Zhuge Qiu, let's start another round. As Jian Wushuang's battle intent grew stronger, a sliver of light flashed through his eyes. He charged at Zhuge Qiu again after laughing loudly. Jian Wushuang was born to be a fighter. The same was true of the ancient god clan. Back when Jian Wushuang was in the Green Fire world, he had reached the peak of that world, and after that he chose to adventure in the eternal chaotic world. He did not want to make his life easy. What he had been carrying did not allow him to take a rest. After he arrived in the Dayu region and learned of its vastness, he had never gotten the chance to go all out to fight until this day. Never. Even Elderly, the universe god of the Redwater Alliance, had also failed to force him to go all out. As for universe god Lei Ming, that master was powerful, but he had defeated him easily all the same. But now Zhuge Qiu appeared, a universe god at the peak of the first heaven. He was a more worthy opponent for Jian Wushuang. Only such an expert could make Jian Wushuang excited and arouse his battle intent. Jian Wushuang's aura grew even stronger as the fight went on. However, for Zhuge Qiu, it was the contrary. He frowned hard when seeing that Jian Wushuang's aura was still powerful. Madman! Zhuge Qiu stared at Jian Wushuang while thinking, "This boy is just a universe master and should be no match for me. At this point, I have consumed half of my power, but his power has even grown stronger. He is totally a madman. I am actually fighting against such a madman." Zhuge Qiu wanted to retreat. As for Jian Wushuang's realm treasure, he gave up his intention for it. He even gave up getting revenge on Jian Wushuang for that dead core disciple of the Holy Prefecture. He decided to have other experts do that sometime later. "Kid, you are lucky today." Zhuge Qiu snorted and turned around directly, wanting to leave Leopard Print Island. The experts on the island were stunned by this scene. Is Zhuge Qiu trying to retreat? Humph! He can neither defeat Jian Wushuang nor take him away. What is he waiting for if he doesn't leave now? A universe god at the peak of the first heaven can't defeat a universe master. Cries of surprise resounded on Leopard Print Island. Zhuge Qiu heard those voices as well, and he looked terrible. However, he could do nothing about it but leave there at that moment. Nonetheless, Jian Wushuang would not let him go. "Zhuge Qiu! Zhuge Qiu!" heard a shout behind him. He ignored the voice and kept heading away from the island, but a sandstorm suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his path. The storm was not strong and he could break it up at will, but if he did so, his pace would be slowed. "Jian Wushuang, I've decided to go. What do you still want from me?" As Zhuge Qiu's icy voice echoed, he threw out a palm to break up the sandstorm. There's nothing in this world that says one can come and go from a place as he pleases. Jian Wushuang sneered and continued, "Moreover, you have forced me to go all out. You can't just go like this until a winner is decided between us. Until a winner is decided between us." Zhuge Qiu's eyes narrowed. "What? You want to kill me on this island today?" "Yup." Jian Wushuang smiled. "Arrogant." Zhuge Qiu was enraged. He knew he could not defeat Jian Wushuang, so he just decided to go. But now, It seemed that Jian Wushuang did not want to let the matter drop. He even wanted to kill him. The experts on the island were shocked to hear Jian Wushuang's words. You will know soon whether or not I'm being arrogant. Jian Wushuang showed him a cold smile. Zhuge Qiu, I know you have great fame. It's said that to defeat you, one must be a universe god at the peak of the first heaven, but I don't believe it. What do you mean? Zhuge Qiu stopped his departure and frowned at Jian Wushuang. I have displayed most of my skills when fighting against you, but there's one move that I've yet to perform, a move that I've just created on the island. I'm confident of its power. Jian Wushuang smiled. If you can withstand that move, you can leave, but if you can't, you'll be killed. One more move. Zhuge Qiu's expression slightly changed. He thought that Jian Wushuang would have displayed all his moves in the fight just now, as he had done. However, it seemed that wasn't the case. Jian Wushuang still had one more move to display. Fine, let me see how powerful your move can be. Zhuge Qiu's voice was full of confidence, and he should have been confident. He was nearly at the peak of the first heaven, so he was confident that he could withstand a single move, even from the powerful universe Godchen. As for Jian Wushuang, he was not as powerful as universe Godchen, and even if he was, Zhuge Qiu believed that he would not be killed by merely a single move from him. Zhuge Qiu, watch carefully. Without saying another word, Jian Wushuang made his move under everyone's gaze. Wang. A chant from the sword was heard before a sword light flashed through the air. Everyone present could hear the chant clearly. The moment the chant echoed, a terrifying soul attack was aimed at Zhuge Qiu. Chapter 1276. Kill on the spot. Chapter 1276. Kill on the spot. Wang. A stunning sword light flashed through the void and pierced through Zhuge Qiu's head without meeting any resistance. A horrified look remained on Zhuge Qiu's face, but his aura began to die away. There was a dead silence on Leopard Print Island. Everyone's expressions were different at the moment. What happened just now? Although Jian Wushuang's move was very fast, a universe god at the peak of the first heaven should have been able to block it. Mr. Zhuge was killed so simply. Everyone was amazed. Zhuge Qiu died very suddenly and simply. Jian Wushuang, who was drawing his sword back, was the only one who was not surprised by it. There is no doubt that the chant of disturbance is my strongest killing move so far. Though it's not as powerful as Nirvana, it's so fast that few can dodge it, Jian Wushuang thought with a smile. He created the chant of disturbance in the secret chamber on the island that was left by Yanjiu. The soul attack behind the move was what really did the killing. As he had lit up his soul fire and his soul power was extremely superior, the soul attack he launched was much more powerful than his consciousness attack. Moreover, he also gained the second part of the universal Tao scripture from his master, which helped him improve his soul power. He had been enhancing this power during all those years of cultivating. Before he entered that secret chamber, his soul power had been extremely pure and powerful. What he needed at that time was a skill to apply that power. Although he could try to apply that power to the mind-controlling secret skill, which he had learned from the ancient god clan, and the spell of disturbance which he had created himself, neither skills could fully exert that power. Therefore, the chant of disturbance was created at the right moment. This skill was a perfect soul attack. As a result, Jian Wushuang could kill the powerful Zhuge Qiu in a single strike. Zhuge Qiu had failed to ward off the soul attack behind that move and therefore was caught by a transient confusion. That was when Jian Wushuang had managed to kill him. Soul power is far superior to consciousness attack. Few advanced universe gods in the first heaven can ward off the chant of disturbance you created. Even those at the peak of the first heaven might accidentally get killed by that move. Gu Qing's voice echoed in Jian Wushuang's mind. Jian Wushuang replied with a smile, "Among all my skills, only by relying on this move could I kill Zhuge. Without it, even though I have the blaze quicksand gourd, I still couldn't defeat him." After this battle, he gained a clear understanding of his own strength. He was an inverse cultivator as well as a 4-star ancient god. If he exerted all his power, he could battle an elementary universe god of the first heaven. If the power of the second level of the blood-killing plate armor was added to that, he could battle an advanced universe god in that realm. The unique skills he created were at advanced level 1. Adding all of that together, he was as powerful as an advanced universe god of the first heaven. However, with the blaze quicksand, he had made it a close battle with Zhuge, and by relying on the Chan of Disturbance, he had managed to kill him. In view of my current power, I have no need to fear the universe gods beneath the peak of the first heaven, but if I encounter an expert at the peak of the first heaven, such as universe god Qin, I'll have to run or display the Star River secret skill to battle him. Jian Wushuang thought to himself. His killing of Zhuge with one strike turned the tide of the battle on the island. The hearts of universe god Wu and universe god Lei Ming beat wildly as they watched Zhuge get killed. Even Mr. Zhuge was killed by Jian Wushuang. It will be so easy for him to kill us. Universe god Wu looked horrified. Let's leave here right now. The 2 universe gods of the Xiu state started running desperately. Seeing that their leaders began escaping, the remaining experts of the Xiu state followed the 2 without thinking. With so many experts retreating from the battlefield, the Xiu state kept losing its ground. For that, the experts of Scarlet Island did not even bother chasing after them. Jian Wushuang stood watching the 2 universe gods of the Xiu state run away. Universe god Qian Luan came over to him. Jian Wushuang. She looked at him, and her eyes betrayed her complicated feelings. There were surprise and horror, but even more disbelief in them. She had been an expert in the Diyu region for so long that she had heard of and met many great geniuses. However, she had never heard of any universe master who could kill a universe god at the peak of the first heaven, who was even more powerful than her. Universe god Qianluan, let's go down to check the casualties on our side. Jian Wushuang looked at universe god Qian Luan with a smile while speaking. Okay. Universe god Qian Luan nodded slightly. The battle between Scarlet Island and the Xiu state did not last long. Therefore, not many from either side had died in the battle. In merely a moment, universe god Qian Luan had settled everything down. After that, she found Jian Wushuang again, and this time she looked calmer. Jian Wushuang, I'll report everything that has happened today to the commander, including the grudge between you and the Holy Prefecture, as well as that you've killed Zhuge, she said. I see. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Since he had chosen to go all out to fight, he naturally did not want to hide his power anymore. Don't worry about the grudge between you and the Holy Prefecture. You're the 7th Divine General of our Scarlet Island, so we will try our best to protect you. I promise you. Universe god Qian Luan spoke again. Thanks. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Both Scarlet Island and the Holy Prefecture were the overlords of the Diyu region and did not fear each other. The former was not worried about offending the later. If Scarlet Island handed Jian Wushuang over to the Holy Prefecture, it would disappoint many of Scarlet Island's experts. No one would do such a stupid thing. Universe god Qianluan said, let's wait for the results. Chapter 1277, Shock. Chapter 1277, Shock. While Jian Wushuang was waiting on Leopard Print Island, the officers and the universe gods of Scarlet Island were in an uproar. What? One of our divine generals killed a universe god? Succeeded in a rank-skipping challenge? And killed his opponent? Who is the universe god that was killed? How powerful was he? Zhuge from the Holy Prefecture? How could it be possible? Those universe gods were astonished upon receiving the news. If it were a normal or weak universe god that Jian Wushuang had killed, those officers would not have been so astonished. But it was Zhuge, an advanced universe god in the first heaven and near the peak of that realm. Such a person was killed by a universe master. Are you kidding me? Is it true? We have such a super genius on our Scarlet Island. It's true. The commander who brought the news to the officers smiled. This divine general is named Jian Wushuang, and he has joined us not long ago. When he went to destroy the Redwater Alliance, he killed a universe god of the Alliance. But that was a weak universe god who had just passed the god test, so I did not pay much attention to Jian Wushuang at that time. Now he has actually killed Zhuge on Leopard Print Island. I learned this from universe god Qianwan. Besides her, all the people on the island had witnessed it that day, including the cultivators and 2 universe gods from the Xiu state. I reckon that this news will spread throughout the entire region soon. There has never been such a universe master who could kill an advanced universe god in the first heaven in our history. The commander was excited as he spoke. He was overjoyed to see such a genius on their island. But now Jian Wushuang is in big trouble. The commander continued, before joining us, he had a grudge with the Holy Prefecture because he killed a core disciple of theirs. And because of that, Zhuge had tried to kill him this time. A grudge with the Holy Prefecture. Those universe gods all frowned at those words. If it were in the past, they would not fear the Holy Prefecture at all and would gladly meet them head-on in a battle. But now they were in a fierce battle with the Golden Sun sect on the 9-Star Sea. If the Holy Prefecture stepped in at this moment, they would bring trouble as well. Man-E. The commander received a message. Yes, my lord, the commander immediately answered. The commander was in a high position among the entirety of Scarlet Island, and all the experts there addressed him as commander. Only one person would call him by his name, the Lord of Scarlet Island. I already know about this matter. Jian Wushuang is indeed a genius. Although he has just joined us, we should try our best to protect him as he now is one of us. Even if it is the Diyu Palace that he has offended, we should help him all the same. The Lord's voice was majestic. I agree. The commander nodded. Where is Jian Wushuang now? Asked the Lord. He is still on Leopard Print Island with Qianwan. The commander immediately answered. He has just killed Zhuge. The Holy Prefecture must be furious after learning about it and will have some experts to kill him. Send him a message telling him to come back now, the Lord continued. Understood, my lord. The commander took the order. He immediately sent a message to Jian Wushuang. While the officers of Scarlet Island were astonished by Jian Wushuang's power, the officers of the Holy Prefecture also received some news from the Xiu state. From it, they all learned that Zhuge had been killed by a divine general of Scarlet Island. In a towering palace, a good 10 universe gods of the Holy Prefecture were gathered together with a milky-eyed, white-haired elder as their leader. This elder looked like a fairy, but his aura gave off a feeling of chill and despair to all those who looked at him. He was one of the 4 mansion masters of the Holy Prefecture, the famous universe god Jiuhai, a person who had passed 2 god tests, as well as a universe god in the 2nd heaven. Among the entire Dayu region, there were no more than 20 universe gods in the 2nd heaven, and universe god Jiuhai was one of them. Did you check it out? Universe god Jiuhai looked down with cold eyes. Yes, a universe god standing above him answered. The divine general who killed Zhuge is named Jian Wushuang, and he is indeed a universe master who joined Scarlet Island not long ago. In addition, we have confirmed from the Xiu state that Jian Wushuang does have a grievance from our core disciples, and he also admitted to his crime. Zhuge had planned to bring Jian Wushuang back to our Holy Prefecture, However, Jian Wushuang is so powerful that he killed Zhuge with a rather strange strike. A universe master killed a universe god near the peak of the first heaven. There seemed to be a blazing flame burning in universe god Jiuhai's eyes, and he then asked, "Who is the core disciple that Jian Wushuang had killed?" The universe god standing below him answered again, "We can't tell who the disciple is from the grievance with Jian Wushuang, but according to what the expert of the Xiu state has said, the grievance is extremely strong, so that core disciple must have been killed not long ago. Recently, there is only one core disciple who has been killed, Jiushi, your personal disciple." Sure enough, universe god Jiuhai's aura became violent on hearing that answer. Ever since Jiushi went to adventure in a secret land under universe god Jinfeng's invitation, she had been missing. I didn't know that she was killed until I found her life core broken several days ago. I tried to ask Jinfeng her whereabouts, but he was killed as well. Since both of them are dead, I could do nothing more about it. It turns out that Jiushi did not die in that secret land, but was killed by Jian Wushuang. Now he's even killed another universe god of our holy prefecture. He must die. Chapter 1278, Fusion Requirement. Chapter 1278, Fusion Requirement. Kill. When there is a chance, kill Jian Wushuang to avenge the death of my disciple and elder Zhuge. In addition, inform the Golden Sun sect of this matter. Humph, my holy prefecture won't be the only one that is anxious to kill Jian Wushuang. The Golden Sun sect also has to get involved in this matter. Universe god Jiuhai ordered them. While universe god Jiuhai was furious, a handsome purple-haired youth in luxurious clothes was sitting cross-legged in a huge cave mansion in front of a stone wall engraved with words. Jian Wushuang, a universe master, killed Zhuge. Zhuge was very close to being a superior first heaven universe god, but he was actually a good-for-nothing, so killing him was no big deal. I could have killed him with my casual attack. However, universe master Jian Wushuang is powerful. If he passes the god test and becomes a universe god, he will become my opponent. The purple-haired youth muttered with killing intent flashing through his eyes. He was the peerless genius of the holy prefecture, universe god Qinyang. He had never encountered a decent opponent since he started his cultivation. Now he had finally found a powerful opponent, Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang killed my junior sister, Jiushi, so our holy prefecture definitely will take revenge on him. But I don't know whether or not he has the chance to die in my hands. Universe god Qinyang clenched his hands and showed a bloodthirsty smile on his face. On Leopard Print Island, universe god Qian Wan went over to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, the commander has ordered to have you immediately return to the military camp, said universe god Qian Wan. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. He knew that those things had been revealed and that the holy prefecture would not let it go. If he continued to stay on Leopard Print Island, it would be no different from courting his own death. In that case, I'll leave now. Leopard Print Island now depends on you. Universe god Qian Luan, Jian Wushuang said. Universe god Qian Luan responded with a smile. Don't worry. Only the Xiu state has been competing for Leopard Print Gem Mine with us. The previous fight has terrified them, so they won't return any time soon. Jian Wushuang did not say anything further before heading for the military camp. As soon as he arrived at the military camp, Jian Wushuang immediately went to visit Commander Man Yi. Jian Wushuang, you killed Zhuge. Your skills are really good. Commander Man Yi stared at Jian Wushuang as if to completely see through him. Jian Wushuang remained indifferent. It's just a coincidence. A coincidence? Commander Man Yi shook his head and asked, Have you ever killed a core disciple of the holy prefecture before? Yes. Jian Wushuang admitted it to him. Commander Man, he laughed. You killed a core disciple of the Holy Prefecture, but came to my Scarlet Island to take refuge. You are really smart. Swordsman shrugged his shoulders, but he was quite embarrassed in his heart. Faced with the 3 hegemons in the Dayu region, he had already provoked the Holy Prefecture and Golden Sun sect, so he had to turn to Scarlet Island. Don't worry, since you are already one of my people. I'll try my best to protect you, and I won't let the Holy Prefecture touch a hair on your head. Commander Man, he smiled heartily. Now that these things have happened, the Holy Prefecture is definitely outraged about it, but I don't know what they will do next, so stay in the military camp. You don't have to take any tasks. Let's see what their reaction is. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded and left. Then he was brought to a banquet by Lin Dong and Mou. Jian Wushuang had been a new divine general for a period of time, and they should have held a banquet to celebrate his promotion. However, that celebration had been delayed because of the urgent task. The other 6 divine generals on Scarlet Island went to the party. Even the 2 first Heaven Universe gods personally attended, which shocked the other divine generals, as their own parties had never attracted the attention of universe gods. It was obvious that Jian Wushuang had a higher status than the other divine generals. You actually killed Zhuge Qiu, who is close to the peak of First Heaven. Lin Dong, Mou, and other divine generals widened their eyes. The number 1 divine general, Hong Shou, was the most astonished. When Commander Man Yi said that he was weaker than Jian Wushuang, Hong Shou was not convinced and challenged Jian Wushuang, but he was defeated. At that time, Jian Wushuang's strength had frustrated him. But now Hong Shou realized that Jian Wushuang had not used his full strength in the fight with him. Jian Wushuang was able to kill Universe God Zhuge Qiu. Having such strength, he could kill Hong Shou as easily as pinching an ant. It was not until late at night that this banquet ended. In a pavilion, Jian Wushuang was sitting cross-legged with the Blood Mountain sword floating in front of him. Gu King, you said that the Blood Mountain sword is a sword embryo, and its strength improves through fierce battles. I can also fuse my unique skill with the sword embryo to enhance the power of the sword. I've created so many unique skills. But why is the skill unable to merge with the Blood Mountain sword? Jian Wushuang asked with a frown. The Blood Mountain sword was extremely precious. Its improvement not only resulted from continuous fighting, but also from the fusion of unique skills and the sword. After he invented his own unique skill, Jian Wushuang had been trying to fuse it with the sword, but he failed. Gu King then spoke. The Blood Mountain sword is indeed the best sword embryo. You can fuse it with your unique skills as you grow, but you should choose the best skill at each level. Now the Blood Mountain sword is at the primary stage of the sword embryo, so it's only able to merge with a rank 1 skill, the top one. You have created 3 kinds of swordsmanship, but of those 3 unique skills, even the strongest, Chan of Disturbance, is just an advanced rank 1 unique skill. Such a unique skill is not qualified to merge with the Blood Mountain sword. Chapter 1279, Sneak Attack. Chapter 1279, Sneak Attack. Oh! Jian Wushuang was surprised. He only knew that the Blood Mountain sword needed to merge with unique skills to enhance its power, but he did not expect that the Blood Mountain sword had such a high fusion requirement. It means that the power of the Blood Mountain sword can't soar in a short period of time, Jian Wushuang said inwardly. He had just created an advanced rank 1 skill, so he did not know when he would be able to create a superior rank 1 skill, let alone create a supreme one. Take it slow, Gu King said. You have to go step by step, Jian Wushuang. You still have not cultivated for very long, so you have more room for growth. Don't worry. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded. At this point, Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? Asked Gu King. A powerful aura has broken into the scope of my soul power and this aura is very strange. It's obviously not from any universe gods of our Scarlet Island. Jian Wuxuan responded in a low voice. Everyone from Scarlet Island possessed the aura from their ID tokens, but Jian Wuxuan had not sensed this kind of aura before. Naturally, whoever was coming was not from the island. What a nice concealment skill. The intruder was trespassing on our Scarlet Island, but none of the universe gods discovered it. If I didn't possess the soul power, I'm afraid I that would not have sensed it either. Jian Wuxuan sighed. No, this intruder is coming after me. Jian Wuxuan sensed that the aura's owner had quietly accelerated and was rushing in his direction. However, the experts from Scarlet Island had not discovered anyone breaking into the island. Jian Wuxuan, run! Gu King shouted. I understand. Jian Wuxuan wore a solemn expression while dashing out and shouting, Commander, come and help! It sounded harsh in the silent night. The military camp of Scarlet Island was shaken by this scream. Jian Wuxuan had displayed the dragon blood secret skill, causing his speed to burst out. Now, he was fleeing in the direction of Commander Man Yi. At the sight of this, the intruder in a golden robe frowned. The boy has sensed my arrival. After he realized that he had been exposed, the intruder turned into a flowing light and started chasing after Jian Wuxuan at full speed. Jian Wuxuan tried his best to run, but the golden flowing light was approaching him at an astonishing speed. Blaze Quicksand Realm, come out. Jian Wuxuan immediately took out the Blaze Quicksand Gourd. The endless blaze quicksand swept out, flooding the sky, and formed a vast realm to oppress the golden flowing light. He thought that it would create some obstacles for the intruder, but in fact the blaze quicksand realm did not work on the golden flowing light. So fast and brilliant strength! Jian Wuxuan was terrified. He realized that his opponent was a powerful second heaven universe god. Otherwise, the blaze quicksand realm would have had some influence on his opponent. Swoosh! Swoosh! The two figures flew swiftly across the sky, which was particularly dazzling in the dark night. However, it only lasted for a breath's worth of time before the intruder suddenly stopped. Commander Man Yi and 4 universe gods of Scarlet Island had arrived, while the former had already blocked the intruder. Buzz! As the golden flowing light dissipated, a golden-robed figure slowly emerged. It was a skinny elder with blonde hair. He looked weak, but with endless cold light in his eyes, he was radiating a powerful aura that was superior to Commander Man Yi's. Commander Man Yi was second only to the Lord of Scarlet Island. He was also a second heaven universe god, but he could not match this skinny elder. Golden Sun Sect Master, you came here. Commander Man Yi stared at the skinny elder with a blaze of fury in his eyes. With grim faces, the other 4 universe gods also considered the elder. If any other expert and scrupulously intruded into their military camp, they would have definitely killed him without saying a word. But this intruder was the master of the Golden Sun Sect. The master of the Golden Sun Sect was a superior second heaven universe god. Even if Commander Man Yi and the other 4 universe gods worked together, they could barely compete with him. And naturally, it was impossible to kill him. Therefore, Commander Man Yi knew that he was unable to fight against him. Upon hearing this, Jian Wuxuan was dumbfounded. This man is the Golden Sun Sect Master. He tried to assassinate me in such a shameful way. It sent a chill down Jian Wuxuan's spine. Fortunately, Jian Wuxuan had ignited the soul fire, and his soul power was amazing, so he had discovered his arrival in advance. Otherwise, he would have already been killed. After all, he only had the battle strength of an advanced First Heaven universe god. Even if he exerted his full strength to display stars, he would be able to fight against a superior First Heaven universe god at most. His strength was nothing when compared with the Golden Sun Sect Master. At the same time, Jian Wushuang immediately figured out why the Golden Sun sect master had come. For the monarch of the Jin kingdom. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. Chapter 1280. The Golden Sun Sect Master. Chapter 1280. The Golden Sun Sect Master. The military camp was brightly lit as a large number of sergeants gathered around them, but did not dare to approach closer. Commander Man Yi and the 4 universe gods confronted the Golden Sun Sect Master at a distance. Commander. Jian Wushuang appeared beside Man Yi. Jian Wushuang, are you okay? Asked Commander Man Yi. Jian Wushuang replied gratefully, Luckily you came in time. I thought that only the Holy Prefecture wants to kill you, so I did not expect the Golden Sun sect to get involved in this matter. Commander Man Yi's face fell. Jian Wushuang. The Golden Sun sect master glanced at Jian Wushuang, his eyes radiating a faint golden light. Before he arrived, he had already received Jian Wushuang's portrait, so he recognized him on sight. He actually discovered me in advance. The Golden Sun sect master was quite puzzled. His concealment skill was brilliant. After he intruded into Scarlet Island, even Man Yi, a second heaven universe god, had not perceived his arrival in time, but Jian Wushuang had. Golden Sun sect master, you broke into my place to sneakily attack one of our universe masters. Shame on you. Commander Man Yi's voice echoed. Each of the cultivators from Scarlet Island was full of anger. In their eyes, it was brazen for the Golden Sun sect master with such a prominent status to launch a sneak attack on a universe master. Nevertheless, the Golden Sun sect master replied with a careless expression, Shame? This world only respects strength. Jian Wushuang should be proud of being killed by me. Oh, unfortunately, you have miscalculated, Commander Man Yi responded with an icy smile. The sect master sighed. Actually, I didn't expect for the boy's psychic ability to be so good that he would be able to sense my arrival in advance. It seems impossible to kill him today. Golden Sun sect master, there has always been an intense rivalry between your sect and our Scarlet Island. Jian Wushuang is really a brilliant genius, but he has not dealt a blow to your Golden Sun sect. You don't have to personally come to assassinate him. Tell me, what is your purpose today? Commander Man Yi shouted. My purpose? The Golden Sun sect master replied with a frosty look. Obviously, because of him. The Golden Sun sect master pointed at Jian Wushuang as he asked in a grim tone, Jian Wushuang, how did Jin Feng die? Jin Feng. Everyone was stunned. They all knew that Jin Feng, the monarch of the Jin kingdom, was an ordinary universe god, but his status in the Golden Sun sect was quite special. There was a rumor that Jin Feng was the younger brother of the Golden Sun sect master, although neither of them had ever publicly admitted it. Jin Feng is dead. Commander Man Yi was astonished and then growled, Golden Sun sect master, we all know that Jin Feng and you had a close relationship, but does his death have any kind of relationship to our island and Jian Wushuang? Of course. The sect master said, not long ago, Jin Feng invited you she to go to a secret land. But Jin Feng and Ju, she died there one after the other, and none of their underlings came back alive. No one knows the reason for their deaths. I sent my people to investigate this matter, but they found nothing. That is, until yesterday when I received a message from the Holy Prefecture. The Holy Prefecture concluded that Jian Wushuang killed Jiu Shi. Commander Man Yi and the other universe gods looked at each other with frowns. Jian Wushuang, the Golden Sun sect master, looked over at the boy and asked, Did you kill Jiu Shi? Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded directly. He knew he was unable to defend himself because of the curse power. Then the Golden Sun sect master asked, And what about Jin Feng? Did you kill him as well? He thought that Jian Wushuang had the power to kill an advanced First Heaven Universe god. Therefore, he could have killed Jin Feng. Jin Feng? What Jin Feng? Jian Wushuang shook his head. I killed a core disciple from the Holy Prefecture, but I have never heard of the Jin Feng that you speak of. Boy, you lie! The sect master shouted in his sternest voice. Jin Feng and Jiu, she went to the secret land together and died there. And since you killed Jiu Shi, how could you not know Jin Feng? Jian Wushuang said indifferently, Golden Sun sect master, I really don't know who you are talking about. I met Jiu Shi in a dark void instead of a secret land. At that time, I had just left my hometown, so I was energetic and eager to fight an expert from the eternal chaotic world. The first cultivator I met was Jiu Shi. I recognized that she was a universe master, so I challenged her and killed her. That's all. Jian Wushuang explained it with a calm look and seemingly told the truth. He was unwilling to confess that he had killed Jin Feng. He had a powerful opponent, the Holy Prefecture, so he did not want any more. More importantly, he was worried that Commander Man Yi and the other universe masters were unable to withstand the attacks from the Golden Sun sect master. At such a critical moment, he had better not provoke the Golden Sun sect master again. Upon hearing this, the Golden Sun sect master frowned. Commander Man Yi also spoke. Golden Sun sect master, you said Jin Feng died before Jiu Shi, so there was a gap between their deaths, right? The Golden Sun sect master's face fell. Chapter 1281 Lord Summon. Chapter 1281 Lord Summon. Jin Feng and Jiu Shi had died one after the other. Golden Sun sect master had already begun inspecting why this had occurred. 10 years. For cultivation, 10 years was a short period of time, but for killing people it was too long. The person who had killed Jin Feng had been able to kill Jiu Shi on the spot, instead of delaying it for 10 years. Therefore, Golden Sun sect master was not sure whether it was the same person who had killed Jin Feng and Jiu Shi. Golden Sun sect master, Commander Man, he said again. Everything has to be checked out. In my opinion, let's sit down and have a talk. I've already sent a message to my lord. He will immediately arrive. Everything will be clear. Lord of Scarlet Island. Golden Sun sect master's eyes narrowed. Although both Lord of Scarlet Island and Golden Sun sect master were universe gods at the peak of second heaven, the former was superior to the latter. If Lord of Scarlet Island arrived, Golden Sun sect master would be unable to do anything to Jian Wushuang, even if they finally confirmed Jian Wushuang was the killer. Hey, I will find it out. Jian Wushuang, you'd better have nothing to do with Jin Feng's death. Otherwise, I'll kill you, even if I need to have an all-out fight with Scarlet Island. I'll avenge my son's death. I won't let it go so easily. His frosty voice echoed through the area. Then Golden Sun sect turned into a golden light and left. Commander Man Yi and other experts sighed with relief. Jian Wushuang also felt relieved. Fortunately, he didn't really want to offend this universe god at the peak of second heaven. The consequences were beyond his imagination. Jin Feng is his son. Jian Wushuang wore an odd expression on his face. No one had expected that Golden Sun sect master was Jin Feng's father. It was no wonder that Golden Sun sect master was so furious that he personally came to attack Jian Wushuang regardless of his identity. The golden flowing light streaked out of the Scarlet Island military camp and came to a halt until it reached a void above the sea. Golden Sun sect master showed up. A black figure appeared next to him. Golden Sun sect master, do you really believe that Jian Wushuang has nothing to do with the death of Jin Feng? The black figure smirked. He had been hiding in the distance, so Jian Wushuang had not discovered him. Golden Sun sect master responded in a frosty voice, of course. I don't believe him. Then why did you not kill him? The black figure was astonished. He had been wondering why Golden Sun sect master had not attacked Jian Wushuang. He had thought that the sect master was powerful enough to deal with it, and even he was unable to block him. I wanted to kill him just now, but did you really treat Scarlet Island as a fool? Is it really easy to break into their military camp? Golden Sun sect master snorted. I already knew that there was a hidden restriction on the Scarlet Island and that he would activate it at a critical moment. It is powerful enough to kill ordinary second heaven universe gods, so it might hurt me badly. And I planned to quietly catch Jian Wushuang and then leave so that Scarlet Island couldn't do anything to me. I didn't expect that Jian Wushuang had a keen psychic ability and perceived my arrival in advance. If I had fought against him, he would have activated the restriction. I couldn't endanger my safety, let alone catch Jian Wushuang. I understand, the black figure replied. Hump, although I failed this time, I will eventually avenge my son. Golden Sun sect master clenched his hands, then looked at the black figure next to him. How about you? So will my holy prefecture. If there is an opportunity, I will do my best to kill him. The black figure said coldly. That's good. Jian Wushuang can't run. Golden Sun sect master's eyes lit up. On Scarlet Island, Commander Jian Wushuang, and the other universe gods gathered. Jian Wushuang, I've told the Lord about what happened here, and he asked you to return to our headquarters immediately. He wants to see you, Commander Yi said. The Lord personally summoned me. Jian Wushuang was stunned. Commander Yi ordered, Let's go. Us. Jian Wushuang asked, looking puzzled. Commander Yi explained. The Holy Prefecture and Golden Sun sect want to kill you. You might get into trouble on your way to the headquarters. So the Lord asked me to personally escort you back. The commander will personally escort you. Few experts on our island have such special treatment. The other universe, gods, teased Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Let's go. Commander Yi spoke. Then Jian Wushuang and Commander Yi set off. The Scarlet Island occupied a vast territory in the Dayu region. There were more than 100 cities, not to mention other special places. The headquarters of Scarlet Island was in the center of Scarlet City. 9-Star Sea was not too far away from the Scarlet City. Escorted by Commander Yi, Jian Wushuang had not encountered any enemies on his way. Soon, they arrived at Scarlet City. Once they had arrived, Commander Yi immediately led him to visit the Lord of Scarlet Island. In the front of a magnificent golden temple, there was a towering throne. In a white robe, a bald man sat there barefoot. He wore a kind smile on his round face. It made him appear a kind-hearted man. The smiling bald man was the Supreme Lord of Scarlet Island. Lord. Commander Yi bowed to the bald man. I pay my respects to my lord. Jian Wushuang also bowed to the bald man, but he was a bit frightened. Although the bald man was smiling, Jian Wushuang felt more anxious around him than he did around Golden Sun, Sect Master. Chapter 1282. A Fight with Universe, God Chin. Chapter 1282. A Fight with Universe, God Chin. Yi, sit down. Lord of Scarlet Island arranged Yi to sit next to him, and then he looked over at Jian Wushuang. You are Jian Wushuang. The Lord of Scarlet Island smiled and said, I heard that you killed Jugeqiu from the Holy Prefecture, and it was a one-on-one confrontation? Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. A universe master killed an advanced first heaven universe god. I wouldn't believe it even if I saw it with my own eyes, the Lord of Scarlet Island said. Lord, what do you mean? Jian Wushuang was surprised. He thought that the Lord would ask him about the issues concerning Zhou, Shi, and Jin Feng. He did not expect that the Lord would question his strength straight from the beginning of their meeting. I have already arranged an opponent for you, Lord of Scarlet Island said, slightly waving his hand. Whoosh! A figure appeared by the Lord of Scarlet Island. This was a black-clothed middle-aged man who wore a kind smile focused on Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows as he knew this man. You're familiar with this universe, God Qin. I heard that when you joined Scarlet Island, it was Universe God Qin who personally verified your strength. Lord of Scarlet Island said, laughing. Of course. Jian Wushuang nodded. You two fight in this palace. Just try your best, Lord of Scarlet Island said. Jian Wushuang nodded in unison with Universe God Qin. Both of them moved to the center of the palace. Jian Wushuang, the last time you sparred with me, your swordsmanship surprised me. I didn't expect that you were so strong. Today, please show all your skills, Universe God Qin said with hearty laughter. I will, Jian Wushuang replied. Jian Wushuang really could not figure out why the Lord of Scarlet Island had asked him to fight Universe God Qin again. However, he was glad to fight with a universe god at the peak of First Heaven. Both Jian Wushuang and Universe God Qin took out their longswords. Let's get started. Universe God Qin dived forward as he casually swung the scarlet longsword in his hand. The casual strike actually contained his divine power. It could apply more pressure to Jian Wushuang than that of an advanced First Heaven universe god. Buzz! Jian Wushuang's eyes sparkled with killing intent as mighty power surged into his sword. It was soon that he was displaying nirvana. Clang! With a loud boom, Jian Wushuang was forced to step back. I've used my full strength, but his move puts me at an absolute disadvantage. Is a universe god at the peak of First Heaven really so powerful? Jian Wushuang was shocked. Jian Wushuang, I heard that when you fought Zhuge you used a realm technique to suppress some of his strength. Now, let me have a look at your realm technique, Universe God Qin said with a smile. You know I have realm techniques. Jian Wushuang's face fell. If that is what you wish. Jian Wushuang immediately took out the gold gourd. At the sight of the gold gourd, the Lord of Scarlet Island's eyes lit up. Then the mighty blaze, quicksand, surged out and formed a quicksand realm, suppressing Universe God Qin. Jian Wushuang had used quicksand realm to suppress 30% of Zhuge strength. Apparently, Universe God Qin was stronger than Zhuge, so the realm only suppressed 10% of Universe God Qin's strength. Jian Wushuang, be careful! Universe God Qin smiled. He waved his long sword and unleashed a strike which swept toward his opponent like lightning. The sword light fluttered slightly. When it was about to hit Jian Wushuang, the sword light was divided into 4 streaks. A suffocating coldness arose. It struck terror into Jian Wushuang's heart. He went pale and immediately swung his sword to resist the attack. Clang! 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 After 4 confrontations, Jian Wushuang's arm became numb, so that he was barely unable to hold his sword. How powerful! Jian Wushuang was shocked. He knew that he was inferior to any universe god at the peak of First Heaven, but he did not expect that the gap would be as big as this. If Universe God Qin used his full strength, Jian Wushuang would be unable to deflect a few attacks. Jian Wushuang, you can't kill Zhuge with such strength. Show me your real killing moves, Universe God Qin growled. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate. Immediately, phew, the sword light emerged, and the sword began to chant a tune. It sounded crisp and intoxicating. When the sword light appeared, the Lord of Scarlet Island and man, he could not help but look over at it. Universe God Qin was immediately influenced by a horrible soul attack. Humph! Although Universe God Qin made a little pale face as he snorted, his consciousness did not come to a halt. He immediately reacted in time. waving his hands to shatter the beautiful sword light. After breaking the sword light, Universe God Qin stood there silently for a while. He finally looked up to fix his eyes on Jian Wushuang. It is actually a consciousness attack. This consciousness attack is so powerful. I was almost trumped by it. Zhugeqiu is not a universe god at the peak of first heaven, so it is understandable why it was impossible for him to block you. No wonder you killed him. I could only deal with an advanced first heaven universe god. But if I encounter a universe god at the peak of first heaven like you, it won't work, Jian Wushuang said. I'm afraid that those universe gods who have weak consciousnesses won't be able to resist such an attack in time. Universe God Qin smiled. His complexion had recovered at that moment. Okay, stop here. Lord of Scarlet Island spoke. Jian Wushuang and Universe God Qin naturally did not continue to fight. Jian Wushuang, do you know why I wanted to meet you and let you spar with Universe God Qin? Lord of Scarlet Island asked while staring at Jian Wushuang. I have no idea. Jian Wushuang shook his head. Chapter 1283, A Great Favor. Chapter 1283, A Great Favor. Jian Wushuang really did not know why Lord of Scarlet Island asked him to fight Universe God Qin again. But he knew it was not because that he was curious about his battle strength. Lord of Scarlet Island smiled and said, I received the news saying the reason you could kill Zhugeqiu was that you possessed a kind of realm technique in addition to your own strength. That skill restrained Zhugeqiu from giving his strength a full play. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. The Blaze Quicksand realm really played a big role as he killed Zhugeqiu. Realm techniques are rarely seen. You are just a universe master, but you managed to display a realm that could put pressure on a first heaven advanced universe god. So I guess you must have a high-grade realm technique, at least at the Chaos Magic Treasure level. I asked you to fight Universe God Qin because I want to feel the power of that realm personally. Lord of Scarlet Island smiled. The result? The realm you've just displayed is entirely composed of blaze quicksands, if I am not wrong. Blaze quicksand is a horrible substance in the eternal chaotic world. A realm that is formed completely by blaze quicksands is surely formidable. Since you are just a universe master, you are unable to fully exert the real power of this realm. I cannot imagine how horrifying it would be if it were executed by an ordinary universe god or a second heaven universe god. Upon hearing that, Jian Wushuang knitted his brows. Obviously, Lord of Scarlet Island coveted his blaze quicksand gourd. As if he had seen through Jian Wushuang's thought, Lord of Scarlet Island looked at Jian Wushuang again and smiled. Jian Wushuang, don't worry. Your realm technique is indeed precious, and I am tempted by it. If you were not a member of Scarlet Island, I don't mind killing you and snatching your treasures. He paused for a while and continued. However, you are an expert at Scarlet Island. As the Lord of Scarlet Island, I'm ashamed of robbing my subordinate of his belongings. Jian Wushuang was speechless. Yes, if Lord of Scarlet Island coveted his blaze quicksand gourd, he would not allow Man-E and Universe God Qin stood beside him. Jian Wushuang, I mentioned your realm technique due to a favor. Lord of Scarlet Island added. A favor? Jian Wushuang was confused. Yes, a great favor. Lord of Scarlet Island smiled and asked, Jian Wushuang, do you know who is the real local tyrant of Dayu region? Of course, it's the Dayu Palace. Jian Wushuang replied. Yes, the Dayu Palace. Lord of Scarlet Island nodded. Although our Scarlet Island, the Golden Sun sect, and the Holy Prefecture fight each other fiercely in Dayu region, and our strength is formidable. In fact, none of us dares to violate the Dayu Palace. To put it bluntly, we must do whatever the Dayu Palace orders, obediently. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Although what Lord of Scarlet Island said was not pleasant to the ear, he was telling the truth. The Dayu Palace was a force of real supremacy in Dayu region. The most supreme one in the Dayu Palace is its palace master, who is a genuine third heaven universe god. He is a real supreme expert in Dayu region. Lord of Scarlet Island continued. 300 years ago, Master of Dayu Palace spread the news that he was badly in need of a high-grade realm treasure or secret skill. Knowing that, all the forces in Dayu region were shocked, and experts from all forces offered their realm treasures and secret skills in order to gain his favor. But it was a pity that none of them met his requirements. Jian Wushuang understood all this now. You mean that my blaze quicksand gourd probably can meet his requirements? Jian Wushuang frowned and asked. Yes. Lord of Scarlet Island nodded and said, if he displays such a realm personally, its power must be earth-shattering. So I assume it can meet his requirements. Furthermore, he said that he just wants to borrow it for some time and will return it when his matters are done. Lord of Scarlet Island cast a glance at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, now that you have killed Zhugeqiu and a core disciple from the Holy Prefecture, they definitely will try every possible method to kill you. Although the master of Golden Sun sect are not certain that you killed Jinfeng, he will not let you go easily. That is to say, you are now in a very bad situation. Jian Wushuang's face fell. He was aware Lord of Scarlet Island was telling the truth. Both the Holy Prefecture and the Golden Sun sect would pose a great threat to him. As the Divine General of the Scarlet Island, I surely will try my best to protect you. But if the two overlords put pressure on me, I probably cannot resist that. Moreover, you cannot always hide in the headquarters of the Scarlet Island. Therefore, at this critical moment, if you can obtain the favor of Master of Dayu Palace, you will benefit immensely. With his deterrent, be it the Holy Prefecture or the Golden Sun sect, they would weigh the gains and losses carefully before striking you. You can even ask Master of Dayu Palace to return your favor by solving this matter for you. If so, the Holy Prefecture and the Golden Sun sect will never dare to attack you again. Do you understand what I mean? Lord of Scarlet Island asked. Yes, I do. Jian Wushuang nodded heavily. Of course he did. Great trees were good for shade, not to mention a towering tree, like Master of Dayu Palace. If he really could gain his favor, the Holy Prefecture and the Golden Sun sect could not threaten him any more. However, I must not rely solely on the protection of others concerning my enmity between the Holy Prefecture and the Golden Sun sect. What matters the most is my strength. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands and made a decision. Jian Wushuang, are you willing to lend your blaze quicksand realm to Master of Dayu Palace temporarily? Lord of Scarlet Island inquired. Of course. Jian Wushuang nodded. It was worthwhile to lend it to Master of Dayu Palace temporarily in exchange of his favor. In that case, I'll take you to the Dayu Palace to meet him at once. Lord of Scarlet Island said. All right. Jian Wushuang nodded. They immediately moved toward the Dayu Palace. Chapter 1284, The Present. Chapter 1284, The Present. Dayu Palace, as an emperor force of Dayu world, hid in misty mountains. Between countless and endless of mountains, Dayu Palace sect was situated inside an extensive cave mansion. Master of Scarlet Island, I have told His Highness that you have arrived. His Highness, together with Lord Wu Tsang, are presently on their way, said a white sector god within Dayu Palace. Lord Wu Tsang is here as well. Master of Scarlet Island was taken aback. Lord Wu Tsang has been residing in Dayu Palace this entire time. He seems to be working together with His Highness to come up with a strategy. White sector god explained. A strategy? Master of Scarlet Island appeared, more bewildered. Master, who is Lord Wu Tsang? Jian Wushuang, who is beside Master of Scarlet Island, asked in confusion. Before Master of Scarlet Island could even open his mouth, White Sector God has already started explaining. Lord Wutsang is from Snow Kingdom, who is also a universe god of third heaven, like Our Highness. A universe god of third heaven. Jian Wushuang faltered. At his current level, a universe god of second heaven would have already greatly surpassed him in terms of power. A universe god of third heaven could probably kill him even with a single breath. Without waiting for a long time in the palace, Jian Wushuang and Master of Scarlet Island soon see two figures walking in. Amongst the two, one of them had all white hair, and his movements appeared to be very sage-like. As for the other, he was clad in a black robe, a middle-aged man sporting a messy hairdo. "Greetings, Your Highness, my lord." Master of Scarlet Island, who ruled both the Scarlet Island and Dayu World, was a man with a commanding presence. Yet, at this exact moment, he was giving the two people in front of him a bow. With Master of Scarlet Island acting as such, Jian Wushuang naturally became very respectful. "Get up!" As the elder waved his hand, both Master of Scarlet Island and Jian Wushuang rose. "I heard you brought a realm treasure for me?" Master of Dayu Palace looked down at them. "Yes," nodded Master of Scarlet Island. "However, it is not mine. It belongs to the divine general of my Scarlet Island, Jian Wushuang." "Jian Wushuang? This young man of lowly status standing beside you?" Master of Dayu Palace glanced at Jian Wushuang. Just his gaze was enough to make the hair on Jian Wushuang's back stood all at once. That feeling was as though all of his secrets were being exposed to the other in front of him. Incredible! Jian Wushuang felt secretly amazed. A universe god of third heaven is a real expert, even in the eternal chaotic world. He is a true warrior, certainly impressive. Gu King, a parasite inside of Jian Wushuang's body, continued. "Jian Wushuang, bring out the golden gourd." Master of Scarlet Island commanded. Jian Wushuang nodded, slightly before revealing the golden gourd all at once. "This is the gourd." Master of Dayu Palace scanned the golden gourd with a placid expression, seemingly indifferent. Since he has announced the need for a realm treasure or a form of secret skill 300 years ago, numerous people strove to send one and another treasure. The amount of treasures received were countless, but ultimately none achieved his standard. As such, he has long been exhausted by gimmicks. Up to 100 years ago, as long as one sends another kind of realm treasure that was not up to standard, the universe god of Dayu Palace would not even bother to inform him. Today, if it was not for Master of Scarlet Island, he would not even have shown up at all. And now, upon his arrival, he was greatly disappointed. This is, as the treasure did not belong to Master of Scarlet Island, but belonged to merely a young boy of low status, Jian Wushuang. What kind of realm treasure could a mere universe master even present? Master of Dayu Palace no longer harbor any hope towards Jian Wushuang. Master of Scarlet Island has obviously noticed this at this juncture and signaled to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang simply nodded his head before pulling out the stopper on the golden gourd. Boom! Endless golden quicksand instantly burst out from the gourd, expanding across the whole palace, eventually covering the entire palace cave mansion completely. In spite of being indifferent just a while ago, Master of Dayu Palace's eyes immediately twinkled upon seeing what the golden gourd could do. This is the golden drift sand. Standing beside Master of Dayu Palace, the middle-aged man sporting an untidy hairdo, Lord Wutsang, abruptly raised his head at once. After observing the surrounding endless of quicksand for a moment, he eventually locked his sight on the golden gourd in Jian Wushuang's hands. "This gourd, is this the golden drift sand gourd?" Wutsang's voice sounded a little hoarse. "Golden drift sand gourd." Master of Dayu Palace lit up as he has obviously heard of its name as well. The Golden Drift Sand Gourd already had significant popularity in the eternal chaotic world and was rather established. However, its price was astoundingly expensive. With conservative estimate, the value of the Golden Drift Sand Gourd exceeds 600,000 Chaos Gem. In an event where one was to bump into another who needed the gourd desperately, or if it was to be placed at some high-scaled auction for sale, it could even be sold up to millions of Chaos Gem. Undoubtedly, this Golden Drift Sand Gourd is a very powerful and valuable realm treasure. Brother Wutsang, with your capability, what are the chances of succeeding if you were to exude your powers to activate the Golden Drift Sand Gourd, together with the realm, to pass the secret land? Master of Dayu Palace immediately looked at Wutsang beside him, his eyes ablazed. I have only heard about the Golden Drift Sand Gourd before, but have never seen it, so I am unsure of the strength of its power. However, it is immensely famous. Surely its powers would not be any subpar. Compared to the other realm treasures or skill that others have sent in the last couple hundred of years, it must be a lot more powerful. Given my capability with the help of the Golden Quicksand Realm, I would have at least 50% chance of overcoming the test within the secret realm. Wutsang proclaimed. 50%. Master of Dayu Palace was overjoyed. He and Wutsang once coincidentally explored and found a secret land. The secret land was very unique, different from the norm, and contained mysterious opportunities to be discovered. They paid a huge price to enter that secret land. Unfortunately, there lies a grave test within the secret land. Despite trying many times to pass the test, they always end in failure, ultimately having to leave. Yet when they came back, through relentlessly studying about the secret land, they came to a conclusion that they would need the help of a type of realm technique in order to have a chance to overcome the test. This was how the quest and word of finding a treasure circulated as Master of Dayu Palace continues to search for the treasure for many years. Throughout several hundreds of years, Master of Dayu Palace and Wutsang both mobilized their powers to search for a piece of realm treasure that could meet their requirement. Yet, 300 years down the road, even with the best form of realm skill, they only had up to 30% chance of passing the test. Now, with the help of the Golden Drift Sand Gourd, the possibility of passing the test is actually 50%. 50%, that is already by itself tremendous. This was sufficient for them to take the risk and give it a try. After a moment of exchange between Master of Dayu Palace and Wutsang, they turned around and finally set their sights on Jian Wushuang. Kitty, what's your name again? Chapter 1285 Exchange. Chapter 1285 Exchange. Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang answered. Even if the two were much more powerful than him, Jian Wushuang was still neither humble nor arrogant. You are just a universe master. It's impressive to see you have a treasure like the Golden Drift Sand Cucurbit. The Master of Dayu Palace smiled. He was in good spirits. At that time, the god in white said, Your Highness, although Jian Wushuang is just a universe master, he is super famous in Dayu world. He has killed an advanced universe god of the first heaven. Really? The Master of Dayu Palace was stunned. A universe master could kill an advanced universe god of the first heaven. Wutsang was also surprised as he stared at Jian Wushuang. Haha, I never thought the Dayu world could have so many talents. There was a Qin-Yang universe god before, but now there is someone even stronger than him. The Master of Dayu Palace laughed. Then he looked at Wutsang and asked, Wutsang, how many people in your snow dojo can rival this kid? The universe god is much more powerful than the universe master. It will be extremely hard to challenge the universe god to a battle in order to move up the ranks, not to mention kill the weakest universe god. In my snow dojo, there are countless geniuses. Among them, only 3 could kill an advanced universe god in the first heaven. Wutsang was serious. His expression was subtle. Only 3? Then this kitty could be the best of Snow Kingdom. The master of Dayu Palace laughed again. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was astonished. He had killed the advanced universe god in the first heaven. To other people, this was a miracle. However, there were still 3 geniuses like him in the Snow Dojo. How could it be? What exactly was the Snow Dojo? Jian Wushuang, you should not look down upon the talents in the eternal chaotic world. You are new here. In Dayu world, you are seen as someone gifted. However, it will be another situation when you go to other places. The 10 cultivation sanctuary is another situation entirely. Do you understand? The voice of Gu King arose. Yes. Jian Wushuang agreed. Jian Wushuang, the master of Dayu Palace, said, "This golden drift sand cucurbit is truly useful to me. If you are willing to lend this to me for a short period, then I will owe you one. As long as it's within my power, you are allowed to ask me for any favor. Furthermore, this favor can't affect the balance of the Dayu world. For instance, you are not allowed to ask me to destroy one of the overlords of the Dayu world, such as Golden Sun Sect or Holy Prefecture. That would be impossible. Apart from this, you can ask anything you want." The master of Dayu Palace stood there with hands clasped behind his back cheerfully. Jian Wushuang was thinking. The god in white smiled. "Jian Wushuang, as far as I know, the Holy Prefecture and the Golden Sun Sect both want you to die. You are in a bad situation. I'm afraid only Scarlet Island will be able to keep you safe. So why don't you ask His Highness to help you solve this problem? What's the problem between you, the Holy Prefecture and the Golden Sun Sect?" The master of Dayu Palace also smiled. "Perhaps I can solve it for you. I promise that they won't come after you." Jian Wushuang, the master of Scarlet Island, urged. He also thought that Jian Wushuang would ask the master of Dayu Palace to end this. Jian Wushuang shook his head slowly. "I will personally end this personal dispute between myself, the Holy Prefecture, and Golden Sun Sect. Your Highness shouldn't be bothered by it." "Really?" The master of Dayu Palace raised his eyebrows. The master of Scarlet Island and the god in white were both surprised. Jian Wushuang signed. During the road to the Dayu Palace, the master of Scarlet Island mentioned that every once in a while Your Highness will give lessons in the Dayu Palace. Those lessons are about cultivation, secret knowledge, and the Tao. Unfortunately, every time you give lessons, only the top geniuses in the Dayu Palace are qualified to attend. Moreover, everyone just has one chance to learn. This time I had the opportunity. I will use this chance to take one of your lessons." Jian Wushuang's eyes were sparkling. He clenched his fists. Before he had arrived, he had already thought about how he would use this chance. If he used this to ask the master of Dayu Palace to help him solve the dispute between himself, the Holy Prefecture, and the Golden Sun Sect, it would be a waste. He needed to be the one to end this thing. He had caused it. Jian Wushuang wanted the opportunity to learn more than he wanted the situation to be resolved. For him, the lesson given by the master of Dayu Palace was an incomparable exchange, especially if it were the one which could teach him how to pass the God test. According to what Gu King said, the master of Dayu Palace was a universe god in the 3rd heaven. He had passed the God test. Furthermore, he understood what the God disaster essence was better than any other expert. Now, the hardest difficulty for Jian Wushuang was not the threat from the Holy Prefecture and Golden Sun Sect, but his own inverse cultivation disaster. The inverse cultivation disaster was fatal. You want to listen to my lessons. The master of Dayu Palace must have thought Jian Wushuang was weird. Are you sure? Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded solemnly. Hearing this, the master of Dayu Palace and Wu Tsang glanced at each other. With that, the master of Dayu Palace laughed. "In that case, I will meet your demand. In 80 years, I will give a lesson. You can attend then." In addition, before I return the Blaze quicksand gourd, you can stay at the Dayu Palace. In my palace, there are numerous treasures and manuals. You are my guest now, which means you can use any of them as you wish. Besides, you can exchange opinions with the geniuses and experts in my Dayu Palace if you have the leisure time. Jian Wushuang was surprised by all this